Welcome, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath. Tonight, we join the Iconoclasts as they are finishing up a bit of a heist that they had planned to capture one Agent Sebastian Moore and have been able to snag a couple of others in the process. They met up with Agent Moore to try and question him about certain things that have been going on in the city as far as why they've been stalked personally. Come to find out that when Faust opened his mouth and said a specific word, Moore pulled a gun to intimidate Faust. However, things got out of hand and quickly turned into a firefight. As a result, the three agents that were present at the location for this particular little group were captured and brought to the church haven on the outskirts of the city, on the outskirts of Marjani Kalu's domain, outside of their own protected domain, so that they may question them and perhaps put them to their own use. So let's talk with the orchestrator of this plan, Faust, first, and get his thoughts going into this, as you all have just brought all three individuals into the church. What are your thoughts, Mr. Beaufort?
Well, for starters, I'm spent. I've been lit on fire tonight like a 17th century ugly seamstress. I have been fundamentally intimidated by not just some random mortal who's been chasing me halfway across the country at this point. Potentially halfway across the country, but by my own coterie. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of terrified. But I'm trying to pull it together. Fuck. I don't. I was convinced at some point that this was going to be far more amicable than it was. And I suppose that's my mistake, because if anything I've learned about this coterie is that we only know how to escalate. And ultimately, this has been... We're doing really fucked up shit to these people. And I can't help but feel like we just need to finish the job. So, there are two things that we can do. And that's end it before anything else. Make this quick and painless. Keep marching forward into this fucking spiral of insanity. Commit to the image that this city imposed on us in the first place. Iconoclast. A fucking atrocity. And I guess we'll just be proud of it.
Given what you've done so far to these people, as far as knocking them out, as far as taking them, bringing them to what you suspect is their known fate, you feel like garbage about it. Everything about this is wrong.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe in God. Never have. But for Sebastian Moore's sake, I hope there is something like that. Like a God out there. And if there is, I hope it spares him. Because I sure as fuck won't.
We move on to Noel.
Frankly, Faust said it in one. May whatever god you pray to, whatever higher power you believe in, grant you mercy, because from us there will be none. From us, they deserve none. I would feel bad, if not for the fact that he brought it upon himself. He was the one who chose to load a gun, raise it, and fire it. If this had been handled a lot more quietly, he wouldn't be in this position. In fact, we probably would have just chased him out of the city. Made him forget us, forget everything he knows, and sent him away. But no. No, rarely are one such in our position so lucky. And rarely is reality so agreeable that we get the quiet way out.
From what you remember, Noel, Faust made the first shot.
He did. But he wasn't the first one to draw a gun.
How interesting it is that pulling a gun on someone to intimidate a person is justifiable enough to warrant their torture and death by questioning.
Oh no, the intimidation via drawing the gun is not what has justified this. No, setting Faust on fire is what justified this. Causing great pain to one is what justified this. But of course we have ours coming to us too. We always do. We always will. We're not going to escape that.
Kindred are often described as the damned. So, I suppose, with your soul already damned to hell, why not head there quicker? Ahurei. Perhaps the most experienced when it comes to pulling off some justifiable killings. What are your thoughts on all of this?
Justifiable and not so justifiable. Look, when it comes down to it, this has all become necessary. None of this would have happened if they had just left well enough the fuck alone. See, all too often, more than not, people stick their noses in places where it doesn't belong. That's what gets them killed. In this case, Moore and his little posse decided to stick their noses in kindred business. This is about survival. This is us making moves to survive. Them making moves to survive. Just so happens that we're the bigger predator.
Spoken like a true monster. But then there's Maria. The Zamisi without any real tutorship. The one who's truly alone in this sea of sharks. What are your thoughts?
Maria has changed her form. Hell, she did so quickly she even changed her voice. And it's not like well, Country Bumpkin ain't gonna end up dealing with it at any given point. The sad truth of it is that this escalated. The fact is that we would have been dead. Ash, if we didn't end up doing something. It was either going to be the Baron that took us out, or our landlord, or the Second Inquisition, or somebody who ended up saying, hey, you know what, this Iconoclast, these bunch of screw-ups and misfits, don't belong here. We're better off without them. So, yeah, it's ugly. We're making the damn best we can out of a terrible situation. Absolutely terrible. And you know what I'm learning? In order for us to get by in this, we might have to be terrible. I currently got 2 of them in the basement. I'm spending some time with them. I'm gonna feed them. I'm gonna care for them. I'm gonna make them a part of this community. Now, whether that's there's upstanding citizens among it who assist and preserve this domain through the blood that I end up offering them, or as a part of the fucking foundation. So, Jesus, I'm starting to swear again. Sorry. If they have to end up being part of the mortar that ends up holding this church up, then that's what's gonna happen. Because they came in. They became to be a part of this. They want to be a part of this? I'll find them a place. All nice and cozy like. I'm still figuring out on how to end up using this. What did Faust called it? Gift of the blood? Oh, I'ma find out how to use it. I needed something to experiment anyway on. Nicole I can't be too obvious with, and I've already helped her with purpose. Giving her a piece of myself that exists in her veins. But these other 2? I'm gonna take my time with them. Because they would have ended up burning me and mine. I won't have that. I refuse to allow that. So, guess it's about time I start getting creative. Shame I ran out of green.
We begin this scene with entering into the basement. Maria has gone and selected a room in which she has taken O'Leary and Atsuko and moved into another section to maybe have a little bit of fun on her own, but the other 3 of you have more mostly incapacitated. He's not moving very well. He's very hurt, very bloodied, and kind of coughing up blood. Those of you who are hungry right now might actually feel like this is a very easy meal right now. No one would know the wiser. No one would care if he were to just disappear. Aaliyah is still upstairs preparing the ward that she was working on, but she's kind of looking at it and realizing that it's probably only going to last this night. She wasn't successful at turning it into something permanent.
Then we'll sort that out in just a moment, and after that, try again. When my roll 20 wants to give me access to, like, anything.
You hear some possible groaning going on in the other room.
Faust gives Moore this look up and down. The blood is intoxicating. Fuck, he's hungry. So hungry. Burns all across his body, still vaguely smelling crisp. No amount of blood can hide it. He holds himself steady. Moore is almost...
He's just looking around at the three of you, kind of holding his wounds as he's sitting there on the floor.
Out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Did we agree that it's already been done?
No, this is before that.
Oh. Very well.
You're starting exactly where we left off.
Well then. Mr. Moore. You have some things you gotta answer to.
Right. Things I've got to answer to. Doesn't matter what it is that you put me through. I'm not going to talk. One
He doesn't
question I
know
do
what
have
we
for
can
you,
put him
though.
through.
Sorry, what?
I was just, finding it funny. You think you know what we can put you through.
Oh. See, this is how I know you don't know jack shit about what you're talking about. 'Cause if you did, you would know what I know. So where did you hear that fucking word daybreak? I just gotta ask.
Because you're not as keen as you think you are, Mr. Moore. You leave quite the sloppy trail.
Same can be said about you.
At least I'm cute about it.
As if.
Well then, Sebastian. Here's what's going to happen. My peers here, my partners, and I were going to go ahead and we're gonna give you some options.
Right. As if there's options with you.
Oh no, there are.
Many
There's bad.
options, in fact.
Yep.
So narrow-minded, Mr. Moore. It would help you to think outside the box. Just a little more. I mean, not that it'll serve you now, but...
The box is so convenient, though. Each and every one of you goddamn blanks fit in that box so neatly. You're predictable.
And there is that word again. Blank. Last I've checked, we've all got personalities. But of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't think that.
Ah. No personalities. You fake it. You fake it real good. Some of you don't fake it well, though. Now, you still haven't answered my question. Where in the world did you hear about Daybreak? Because if I'm
You're
honest,
not in a position, Mr. Moore, you're not in a position to be asking questions. Not at all.
You're not even going to indulge a dead man's curiosity?
No. Why should I?
Why should we?
No.
You wouldn't give us the same luxury. Why should you be offered the same?
I
You
suppose
see-
you're right.
You wanna play the dehumanization card? Then by all means,
You're not
go ahead.
human. You can't even
Oh, but
pretend to
don't
be
you know?
human.
Don't you know, Mr. Moore, that everyone has the tendency to give non-human things human traits? Not because of even inanimate objects. Not because of the characteristics of the object itself, but simply because that's how humans relate things in their brains. If you would like to play that card, then I'm not going to stop you, but when it's played against you, you don't get to complain. But Faust,
Yes.
I think it's become inordinately clear to me that Mr. Moore should be enlightened on a few things.
Would make things a hell of a lot easier. But he is
Please,
yours, so the choice is
enlighten
yours.
me. I dare you. Faust, he's being a little shit.
He is. Well then. Ray,
Yeah.
you have the gun still, correct?
I don't know, I put it in your hands. Oh, wait, yeah, you're talking about his. Yeah, I got it.
Good. Mr. Moore, if what you say is true and we are such terrible creatures, then I'm afraid to say. I'm afraid for you to see this.
What, are you gonna prove
Yeah.
me right?
I'm going to teach you what it means.
As if I don't already know.
You don't. You really, really don't.
Do your worst, blank body.
Hang on a second.
Hmm.
Do you mind if I poke on in here for a sec?
Be my guest.
Ray pulls up something, a barrel, a piece of wood, something that she can sit on. And she sits on it in front of him, leaning in.
Mm.
You reckon that we have no personalities?
You fake it pretty well. I was actually pretty impressed with how easily people were getting along with you when it got at the barbecue. If I'm honest, I've
You
only
do
seen blanks that
realize-
are hideous.
Only seen blanks that are hideous?
Yeah.
No,
You
come
don't know a lot about us then, do you?
Well, that's me personally. I've done a lot of research, actually. You
Let's hear
wanted
it.
to know who I am.
I'm happy to correct anything that you know.
I know what I need to know.
You see, this whole thing could have gone cordial. Could have gone fine. We're not
It could
unreasonable
have.
people.
It could have.
You pulled a damn gun on our friend here.
Because your friend used a top
Nasty.
secret word. Which, if I'm
So
honest,
you're gonna pull a gun on anybody that says Daybreak.
and refers to the Operation Daybreak. Yes. As a member of a top secret FBI movement, yes. It is my job to make sure that my information is secure.
Apparently it's not. So how do you know that the information that you've received is accurate?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would. This is the thing, though. You think that there is nothing in here, that we are empty, blank.
Hmm.
What do you feel when somebody goes missing? You
Feel
feel
pretty bad.
broken a little bit, particularly when it's somebody that you know.
Hmm.
It hurts. You see, we feel that too. It's not on the same level. Everything we do takes a little piece of us.
Hmm.
But we're still there. For now, at least.
Right.
I want you to know that this situation that you're in, that groaning that you're hearing under the floorboards, the pain that your friends are going through, what you're going to go through, this is all your own doing.
I didn't
Every
do
little
shit
piece.
to you.
Oh, but you did. You stalked us. You ever been stalked, Mr. Moore?
It's an investigation.
You
It's
stalked us.
stalking.
It was off the books. Ever been stalked, Mr. Moore? Do you know what that is? Do you know how that feels?
Yes.
How much terror that drives into the heart of a person?
Yes.
Knowing that somebody is watching your every fucking move.
Yes.
You did this. You see Faust there. All those burns he's covered in because of your little incendiary rounds. Nice little toy there too, by the way. Everything that's going to happen to you tonight is because of everything that you've done to us. Every little ounce of terror that you've made us feel. Every little piece of discomfort. Every little hint.
And it just
That's on
proves
your
that you're
head.
just vengeful bastards.
And you're
And
not.
wouldn't you be?
I'm not
We're all vengeful.
acting on vengeance.
You could have fooled me.
I'm protecting my
acting on-
country.
Your country.
Yes.
What about your country you protecting?
Protecting the country from the lots of you.
Oh.
Yes.
That's
Blank bodies
interesting. That's
threaten
interesting.
everything that is sanctified. Or threaten every little piece of what makes this country. And it is my sworn duty to make sure that that threat is eliminated.
Sounds like you're trying to reason away all the nasty shit you've done.
Wouldn't you?
No. You see, Mr.
Wouldn't-
Moore. Unlike these guys behind me, when you're looking at me and talking to me, you're actually talking to a monster.
Mm-hmm.
These hands, they're covered in blood.
Like every blank.
No, not like every blank. You see, before I became a blank body, I was already a killer. So, there you go.
Hmm.
But, you're trying to protect your country.
Yes.
What if your country isn't what you think it is?
I already know.
No, you see, you think you know.
I do.
And
know.
in the end, what it comes down to is that you're in this position because you put yourself in it.
Maybe.
And we found it fucking easy to lure you in and catch you because you put yourself in that position.
And like a pack of wolves, you jumped on it.
Yeah, we did.
You jumped on me.
Yep, and your little friends downstairs. All in self-defense.
All in self-defense.
Because you can't tell me that if we had left it, that you wouldn't have killed all of us.
But the world wouldn't be missing anything, now would it? Because you don't exist.
Oh, but it would. See, Faust here, he's been working on a community project for
Mhm.
this area.
You say that.
Trying to raise it up out of the ground.
You say that like it's an altruistic goal.
It is.
It isn't.
I personally like to work with the homeless.
That just
I
means
find
you
them
like to
fantastic
feed
people.
on those kinds of things. How many people have gone
No.
missing as a result of your ineptitude?
Actually, if you want to know, I target the rich and healthy, not the homeless. Very Robin Hood of me, if you ask me.
You're still putting altruistic goals to a monstrous act.
Is it monstrous to help the homeless?
Yeah.
Is it monstrous to try and raise a community that's currently sitting in poverty out of that?
All you do is consume.
Ray. Noel speaks up. I have to bring something up here. I'm sure you've spotted it too, but I think it needs to be said.
Go ahead.
An altruistic spin on a monstrous act, you say? All right, Mr. Hypocrite. By all means. You don't listen to what it is that you're saying, do you? You don't actually stop and think. You don't stop and think, in the protection of my country. Oh, look at you, a true, homegrown, fucking patriot. And yet you would stalk people, set them on fire because you believe that it's the right thing to do for your country.
And you say that like you're people.
Because we are people.
Mr. Moore, the thing about kindred, and one true fact that maybe you haven't seen, because you haven't thought to consider this. Humans and mortals can act on atrocity as much as they please. But our kind, though human akin, we cannot.
That's because you're monsters.
No, Mr. Moore. We have to feed on people, just like someone with a peanut allergy can't eat peanuts. It's because it's a dietary requirement. People don't like having to drink blood. You think I like the taste of metal in my mouth? I can tell you, no, it doesn't really do it for me.
I would like you to make a manipulation subterfuge, sir. Because you know how sweet that taste is.
I like to think of it more as being anemic, personally. I mean, it explains it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go for it. I will note that this is only... Actually, I would like to rouse the blood for a blood surge.
If you like.
Nope. Well, it'd be a 2 dice pool otherwise, so...
Huh. So you say you serve your country as
Yes.
some God-given justification.
No, not God-given. I like to think that while I might be a hypocrite, as Mr. Noel Stoneford said, I am not putting anyone at any real risk with what I do. 'Cause I don't go after mortals, as you put it.
Oh, now that's not true, and the 2 people downstairs are proof of that. You know what?
No,
Hey,
that's
give-
you
give
being
me a-
monsters.
What?
give me
What
a
was
moment.
that? Hold on. What was that young lady said? That this is not what she'd signed on for?
I believe that's what she said.
As our friend held her nice and close, I believe her terrified words were, "This wasn't what I'd signed on for." Yeah.
And I wonder who...
We started making progress, but then, yeah, slipped back a little bit. It's disappointing. I had more faith in you than that, Mr. Moore. But, we're wasting time with this. Burning moonlight and all that.
One moment, Ray. I think, with what's going on here, with what he said, I think someone needs to hear this. Oh, Miss Higgs, darling, would you come upstairs? This man says that he's a full homegrown patriot. That's something you can get behind, right?
Noel, I think you need to go and get her.
Yeah, I'll go and get her. And I'm gonna head downstairs to go and get Maria, because she needs to hear this. Straight up, she needs to hear this. Noel is finding this a mixture of disgusting yet highly amusing. Because he's trying to justify all of these horrible acts under the same veneer that someone with low humanity would try to justify acts such as these ones. He's no better.
As
He's no
Noel
better.
makes a move to go get Maria, Ray turns back to Moore. Now, I gotta ask, because there's a few things here that aren't quite... Well, they line up a little too well. And I want you to think. How long have you been tracking us blank bodies here in San Antonio?
In San Antonio? I've only really been here for 6 months, maybe a year. It's hard to keep track anymore.
Can I insight that?
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of insights here because I want to make sure he's telling the truth. I do believe I have detect lies as well.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm in trouble seeing because my computer is lagging. Yes, I do. So it's Wits Insight?
Yes, wits insight.
Ugh.
As far as you can tell, he's genuine.
So about 6 months to a year. So that was longer than we've been around. How did you hear about us?
If I'm going to be answering all these questions, will you do me a question too?
You know what? Let's hear it. What's your question?
Who are you? And why do you know about Daybreak?
My name's Ray Wilson. I'm a blank body, and I'm from the land down under.
Yeah, your accent kind of gave it away.
That's who I am. Although, I can't exactly tell you why I know about Daybreak.
Yeah, you can.
No, I can't.
Then maybe Mr. Beaufort can enlighten you as to what Daybreak is. Go on, Mr. Beaufort, you know everything.
What do we know? Let's see. You were stationed up in Detroit during Project Daybreak. During that time, it seems you've experimented on kindred. Whisked them away. The ugly ones, to my understanding.
Because I only just told you that.
Yeah. Little curious to hear your story, more precisely, in fact. What brought you all the way to Texas, Mr. Moore?
Now, see, I've already given you too much. So if you're going to kill me, do it already. Stop wasting our time.
Nah, we're not wasting time. This is exactly how we need to spend our time. I gotta ask, were you involved with the whole Ramirez shit?
No, that was rather convenient. See, I have nothing to
Convenient.
do with mortal affairs, as you would put it.
Apparently.
I'm not
I'd like
local.
to insight that.
Go for it. Still being genuine.
So it was just convenience that the Ramirez's got busted on our street.
Yeah.
I still gotta know. What was it that led you to us?
Now, I don't know that I want to answer that.
Now, you not answering it is making me curious. Was it a contact?
I don't know. You tell me.
Somebody was telling you about us. I wonder, was it a blank?
I mean, we heard all we needed to know from that bug that you found, so...
Yeah, but before that... As you only put that bug in at the party, didn't you? Yeah. So was it a blank?
Like I said, you tell me.
Interesting.
I don't
And
have
you
to say
obviously
shit.
weren't just looking at us.
I don't have to say shit. You're going to assume whatever it is that you're going to assume, and then... what?
Do something about it. You see, for us, this is about surviving. I'm sure you can understand that.
Yeah, it's about survival.
Yeah. You see, we want to live.
And
You
so do
want
we.
to live. Everybody wants to live. But in
Yeah.
this case, only one side comes out.
You are not alive.
No, we're not. Various circumstances ended us. But that doesn't stop us from wanting to live.
The Walking Dead.
And yet, we still want to live.
Groovy.
Would I be presumptuous to end up assuming it's about this time that Noel would have been bringing Maria up?
Yep, that's about the time.
Okay, I think about
Yeah.
now would probably be a good time for me to make some rolls then.
Yep, you can make your vicissitude rolls.
And if my... There we go. Okay, for some odd reason it wasn't working out. Okay, so they're in no condition to resist, if I understand this correctly.
To physically resist?
Yeah.
Let me look at their sheets. They're not impaired.
Okay. Let's see on how much blood this takes. I'm gonna willpower that. So 5 successes.
Okay. What is the resist roll for that? Is there a resist roll for that?
There is, in fact, a resist roll for that. Let me double check. I gotta put that back in my notes, truthfully. Where are you? There we go. The resist roll is stamina plus resolve.
Stamina resolve. Okay. Who are you working on first?
We're going on O'Leary.
O'Leary? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Stamina resolve. She's gonna willpower that.
Oh no. Please, no whammy, no please. Oh, thank
4.
God. Okay. So that'll be enough to do what my intention is.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to do the next one. Okay, that one makes me hungrier. And... three. Not good, but we'll see what their roll is. I know that they're weaker. Stamina plus resolve. They didn't show a lot of resolve back then. And yeah. So that'll be enough. Oh, no, it won't.
That's a crit.
So I need to spend another willpower. Damn it. So I just need 1 success. 2.
There
Fantastic.
you go.
And they're spending willpower too.
They have a willpower?
Yeah. They didn't spend any.
6 versus 5. Wow, she's holding out.
She is
I gotta do it again.
hardy.
Because we're just figuring out how much... Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's not going to be enough left for her to recognize.
Oh yeah.
That's 6.
That's 6 successes. I don't know that she. Well, she could maybe. She has a chance. No, she even. No, she doesn't. Have, She doesn't have enough really.
Yeah. Alright. Leaves me at 4.
You really do want to sink your teeth into both of these fuckers and just end them right now.
I know.
Old Scratch is telling you, why waste time on this? Just drink them down.
Because then I'd lose them. And I really don't want to have to end up grabbing a hacksaw to get them out of the walls.
You're wasting time, wasting blood.
Yeah, probably. Still. Skip ahead. We'll end up coming up with Noel at this point, because I've had enough time to do my work.
There's some loud screaming going on in that room, Noel. Some very loud screaming.
Yeah. And right now, Maria looks like, well, limbs are almost serpentine double the reach of another person's. They folded a new joint to hide inside of a sleeve of a hoodie. Her limbs are long and spindly. She's almost like she's been stretched on a rack for a long time, and she actually did so. Very thin, very lithe, very quiet.
Apologies, just had to sort something out really quickly.
No worries. You and me are just coming back. She opens the door with a bit of hesitancy. Then Noel end up stepping in first. Her in this abominable form she's twisted herself in.
Yes. Maria, I think...
Noel, what you see is that the two women that were a part of Sebastian's team are now fused to the wall.
That's a little light of you. But Maria, I believe your presence is required upstairs. You see, Mr. Moore, he considers himself to be a homegrown patriot. Thinks what he tried to do to us was for the good of his country.
Maybe he's right. Oh, pardon. Your voice is altered at this point. Maybe he's right.
Maybe he is, but I thought before we go through with what we're going to go through with, you might want to have a little talk to him. He's really into the hypocrisy.
Aren't we all? She starts to make those long strides, stepping 3 steps up each time, and she finally ends up getting to the door. She opens it specifically to allow Noel to end up going first to re-enter the room before she unveils her hideous form at this point. Jaws extended.
Yeah, no, I'll go first, but I'll take a glance back at the fused forms of O'Leary and Yamashita before turning back and walking up the stairs into the main room. Noel would re-enter first, and Maria would be right behind.
As Ray hears them re-enter, she smirks and she's like, looks like our friends are back. And she stands up and moves around behind Moore, settling herself in a little off to the side, her arms slung over his shoulder, making sure that he's looking directly at where they are coming from.
Faust steps aside and makes sure there's enough space in the room for this estranged form his companion is in. Dear fuck.
Sebastian
Thanks.
doesn't seem phased, really. So you're one of
Maria
them, huh?
stunned. One of what?
The ugly
Agent
ones?
Moore? Yeah. Something like that, I'd imagine. I'm told we're here to end up having a little bit of a chat. She sits close to him, though her limbs probably stick up long enough to match his own height standing. She kind of curls herself up, sitting on her hindquarters onto her heels.
He kind of makes a cough. Kind of spits out blood a little bit.
You're not doing too well. That is pretty tempting, Mr. Moore.
It's pretty damn clear on your face.
Yeah, you might be right.
It's pretty damn clear on all of your faces.
Please. Let's move past the insults. I'm told you are... Well... She turns to Noel, and then turns back to him. You consider yourself a countryman?
Yes.
My daddy was a countryman, you know. Still remember him quite clearly. Where'd you serve?
As an FBI agent in DC.
For what it's worth, thank you for your service.
Some thank you, this is.
Could be worse. It's gonna get worse, truthfully. But Noel laughs when he said patriot. I consider myself a bit of a patriot myself, Agent Moore. You know that? I'm sure Old Glory is hanging high on that pole every single time. One of my favorite holidays always been the 4th of July. Yeah, you see, I've come to a conclusion. You said we're blank bodies, which means that we are dead, but we're still the American dead. In fact, I would argue I probably talked to more fallen soldiers than you would believe. Still loyal countrymen. But I wanted to hear from your lips. Apparently, Noel thinks there's some form of hypocrisy. Maybe. I wanted to hear from you.
With every blank body erased, the United States of America is more secure against all threats.
Maybe.
It's my job.
How long you think we've been at this?
Longer than
Agent
anyone
Moore.
can ever imagine, I'm sure.
Yeah. In fact, I know so. Originally, your budget was meant to protect against threats both foreign and domestic. Did you ever think maybe that also included us protecting our home? See, a lot of outsiders here, we're particularly territorial about that. Gives us a little bit of something in common now, don't it? We don't like the idea of somebody coming in from, well, let's name a country, and just saying, hey, move over. It means another individual, they gotta earn their keep. You talk about proper channels, but there's no channels for us. Tell me, how does a once citizen regain citizenship? It's not like I revoked it.
I don't personally know.
What happens when a person passes on? American dies on foreign soil, what happens? Flown right back home, right? So we belong here.
That's true.
Yo. I'm hoping we'll have more time to talk, Agent Moore, in more polite company. Who knows? I might even start to like you.
I doubt that. Given what you've done.
Maybe. But just know, you and us, we kind of serve the same role. You just got a bigger jurisdiction. I look forward to our conversations, Agent Moore.
So what's next?
Now you have a choice.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
You're not gonna let me walk away.
Well, no. But there is a choice. You see, you can answer our questions nicely, honestly, and we can end you quickly. Or,
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
or,
Not with that one.
you
as
can make a pain in
riveting
the
eyes,
ass of
Maria.
this. You can make a pain in the ass of this. And we can give you to her.
Yeah, either way I'm looking at it, I'm ending up in her jaws. So,
Well, if we end this quickly, you might not. But the longer this goes on, the hungrier my fellows get.
I honestly don't know what more you need out of me, so just get it over with fucking quickly or do whatever you're gonna do.
Who else were you looking at?
Your master at arms. You're right. We don't need him. Everybody else already told us everything we need. But that doesn't mean we can't have fun.
Do whatever the fuck you're gonna do.
Then I would suggest you start by answering Ahurei's question.
I am not answering any more questions.
So you were looking at others.
I am not answering any more of your questions. My name is Agent Sebastian Moore.
I got a better idea. He's on the edge, isn't he?
I think Faust should have him. After all, he hurt Faust. Only right he fix what he did.
I agree.
I concur wholeheartedly.
Well then. I'll gladly take this.
And Moore just closes his eyes and prepares for whatever's gonna come next.
Out of character,
Mm-hmm.
I want to confirm with the rest of my crew to embrace or not to embrace.
Make him one of us.
Embrace him.
Are we gonna make him feed off of the flesh wall?
We're gonna make him suffer in his hunger for a little bit first, I think.
Hot. Okay, let's do it. Faust goes in. He touches Moore's chin gently, holds it up, moves his head to the side. He punctures in. Whatever is left of Moore, he will take it. And as Moore begins to breathe his last breath, Faust will take just a little blood from his exposed flesh and drop it, slide it within Moore's mouth.
And so far as you can tell, Moore is dead.
Do I have to feed him an entire drop or more?
How much are you giving him?
How much was left of him?
Well, you drained him dry, so you reduce yourself to 0 hunger.
Oh shit. Worth the stain at this point.
That is 3 stains.
Worth the stain at this point.
Because that is calculated murder.
Yep. I go ahead and give him a single dot. I hold his mouth open. Let a little bit drain in.
Nothing happens immediately.
Faust pulls his thumb out of Moore's mouth and just waits.
The body just kind of flops.
Huh. He holds his head, moves it side to side, inspecting him. Well, if nothing else, he'll be decent viscera.
Never tried to work with the dead thing before.
Give him a minute. I don't think it's instant.
Maria, you remember from your own embrace that it was pretty instant when you came to. You came to in Veronica's arms. her arms in your mouth, your teeth sunk into her wrists. Noel, you remember the same about your embrace. And it was the same for you, Faust.
Faust stands up. He brushes himself off. Well, I don't know if it actually worked.
Can I use Sense the Beast,
You may.
specifically on Moore?
You may.
Faust is...
Any modifiers?
Nope. You don't sense a beast in him at all.
Faust is thinking in his mind. He remembers being taught this. That it was to never be done. Not by him. Perhaps it's just because it doesn't work. Perhaps Faust just isn't cut for it. Whatever the curse is. And it almost gives him a relief to think that maybe he can't pass it to anyone. He goes over to the corner of the room again. Folds his arm, leans against the wall.
We need to keep an eye on him.
And you know the sun is coming up very soon.
Ray sets about securing Moore. Tying him up, binding him.
With what?
Anything she can find. Maybe rope that's lying around. Anything.
Oh, trust me. There are ropes, there are chains from a bell that no longer works. There is just crap everywhere that can be used to tie him up.
She makes sure that he can't move. We give him a day. I can't pick anything up from him at the moment. He's just a corpse, but I don't know how this crap works.
The blood is mysterious. Can do any number of things.
Better
But
safe
at the
than
very
sorry.
least, yeah. That's the way to think about it.
Worst case scenario. He goes under the floorboards.
Hey Faust,
Yes.
when you get the opportunity, I want you to call the police department. Report your car as being stolen.
I'll do that. Thank you, Ray.
Yeah. Can't help but think about the VIN number on the engine block and on it.
My plate's missing now, so at least too inconspicuous from everything else we've been reporting the past week.
Yeah, well, maybe it was our stalker that stole it.
My thoughts exactly.
Faust.
Yes, Maria.
Buy him a new suit. That one has blood all over it.
Oh, yes. I was thinking I would go with a different color this time. Something more sprightly.
No. Has to be something he's been seen wearing. Maria just kind of grabs Agent Sebastian by the head after he's been tied down. It just starts to drag this body. Bring
Hold
it
on,
in.
Maria. What are you gonna do?
We have a body. Can't just leave it lying around.
Yeah, but we don't know if he's gonna wake up.
Isn't that what the chains are for?
Yep. But we might still be able to get something out of him. Just keep that in mind.
Provided he's not dead. Just dead.
Maria drags him out of the room. Go back into the downstairs. Should be able to wake up to quite a nightmare if he never does wake up. And if not, the body is at least hidden away.
And the body is stashed in the room where you now have a flesh wall made of two women who continue to sob. Remind me, did you take stains for that from before? For crafting them into the wall. Did we do stains for that yet?
I'm not torturing him yet. I'm just busy making it very uncomfortable. But if you want to give me stains for it, then let me double check here.
Making it so
We're doing
making it so that they can't move, getting out of the wall. That's torturous. That's a stain.
Yeah, we did a remorse roll last week.
Yep, but that part
For
did.
that specifically.
Yeah.
I know we did a remorse roll.
I
but
don't
that was-
remember, to be honest with you, so I'll let ST's call. If you want to do it, I will take the stains and I will say nothing more on it.
Yeah, it's gonna be one stain each because you tortured each of them to get them into this state.
Alright.
We might as well go the full 9 yards then and say it's like actually a flesh wall. Because I'm drawing a thing and I want to pretend that that's just how it is.
You need more people for that. Give it time.
It's a start.
Give it time. Hey, all in all, you're just another brick in the wall.
Literally. Literal brick.
Ray sets about upstairs, moving things around. She's going to kind of make the place look a bit of a mess, making sure to cover any bloodstains or drops that have been left by Moore. She'll clean
There's
them up
plenty
come
that-
the next evening.
There's plenty that kind of seeped onto the ground while he was sitting there.
Yeah. Needs to get most of it covered up. If anybody comes in here during the day, they don't want to be taking notice of that kind of crap. More to the point, she can clean that up when the sun's gone down again.
And is everyone going to sleep at this point?
Yes.
I would, because I'm guessing Aaliyah is still there. She's finished off the ward and everything.
Yeah, she would have finished up shortly before
Ye-
leaving.
Yep. Before she leaves, I'll let Aaliyah know that I will come and see her tomorrow about payment for the getting payment set up for the ward. Even though it's not permanent yet, she's still gonna need the blood to fuel it because it's expensive.
It is.
So that'll be a thing that Noel will be like, I'll come and we'll talk about how you're going to get fed, and then he's after she leaves, he's gonna look to Faust and go, we're gonna need to sort out payment for that ward.
Easy.
Priority 1.
You say it's easy.
Because, well, I mean, we did just eliminate a federal agent.
I was expecting payment for nights.
Yes, there are extenuating circumstances stopping that, but I will make sure that you get paid. Won't we, Faust? It'll be
Yes.
first thing tomorrow evening, so that we don't light on fire, or in Faust's case, light on fire more.
In fact, I have something.
Yes,
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name.
Aaliyah.
Aaliyah. Miss Aaliyah. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'll be notifying a compatriot of mine regarding a visitation that I will see to it that you two have.
Meaning what?
Payment.
Does
She's
this
a
mean
lovely girl.
I'm sorry, I don't understand quite what you mean.
He's going to arrange someone to come to you so that you can feed off them. Delivery. A convenience in the modern world.
I see.
My only request of it is that she isn't permanently indisposed. I've had quite enough of cleaning up bodies tonight. For
would
a
not-
long.
You would not have to clean it up.
No, not in the least.
I have my own ways of doing so.
Very well.
But if this person means anything to you, then you should not give them to me.
Oh, in which case, Faust,
Yes, Mr. Stoneford.
I think we should sort something out first thing tomorrow night. As soon as we awake, we should go and get somebody.
I was hoping that someone that you had already brought here
Actually,
was somebody that you had no wish to let out again.
we do, but one is drained and the other two are in a unpleasant state under the care of Miss Higgs. I'm not sure you want to go down there.
That's the moaning that I heard.
Yes.
Was that completely necessary?
I am not one to deign to tell Maria what to do with the things that she has. On that I am hands off. Completely hands off. Lest a much bigger monster come and tear off my head.
Miss Dawson, my apologies, but these individuals were the bigger monster.
I see.
It was necessary.
Then let us hope it was justified. Because if it is not, Mr. Beaufort, you will have to account for that.
I am and have.
I will hold you to it.
He smiles and nods. It's a respectful one.
Well, I suppose I must get on with my night. I will not be spending the night
Yes.
here. And I must
Of
feed.
course. And we'll make sure that suitable payment for the warding is arranged.
Yes, because it
The
will cost
first
additional nights, I'm sure.
At least. I will make sure that is sorted as the first thing we do when we wake up.
As you wish. Have a pleasant night, both of you.
You as well, Miss Aaliyah. Take care.
And you as well. May Allah have mercy on your soul. And she begins to walk out of the building.
Faust. When she leaves and she's out of sight, Faust just passes a glance to Mr. Stoneford. So, your sire is reminiscent. She would happen to be your sire, correct?
Yes, she is Yes, Aaliyah is my sire.
Her and Mr. Wolford share a lot of similarities.
I think it might be a trait of those who are older.
Maybe that's a secret. Staunch. Stoic. Stoicism. Or maybe it just comes with the age.
Well, you see enough and you start, stopping caring.
That's what they tell me. Lest we continue to care. Let us continue to care.
I have one more stop before we go to sleep. And I'm gonna head downstairs.
Back into the basement.
To the beginnings of the flesh wall.
And the faces there are teary, in pain. Their limbs fused to the wood and the brick and the mortar
Noel kind of clasps his hands together, looking upon it. His eyes first ticking to Ahurei, and then to Atsuko.
What are the thoughts going through your mind, Noel? As you stare at this thing.
Well, they're not so much thoughts as they're being voiced currently. Ahurei. Amanda.
As far as you can tell, her mouth is fused. She can't speak.
Oh, I don't expect any responses. All I can say is that none of this was ever personal. It was just business. And you being in the wrong place, at the wrong time, hit by the wrong people. And Noel hasn't realized it, but there's actually some crimson beading in his eyes. And Atsuko, was it?
There's a muffled vocalization, but there's no words.
You were dragged into this by a man who had no regard for your safety, only for his goals, only for what he wanted. And you were the one who paid the price for that. It may not mean much coming from me, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry. And there are, I said Noel hasn't realized it yet, and he's still stoic, but there are little beads of crimson falling down his face, leaving the lines across his skin.
Atsuko, more than Amanda, does start to cry a bit more. The sounds of crying behind those fused lips.
My only hope is that whilst this can't be undone, well, for our own safety, we can't let you go. That at the very least, Maria takes good care of you. It is all I can hope. And he turns and slowly leaves the room. He's gonna wipe his eyes on the way up.
And the four of you go to sleep for the day. The loud but muffled wailing of those fused in the other room, singing you to sleep. Maybe you find it comforting Maybe you find it haunting. But that is what you hear into the day, long into the day, as your body shuts down for day sleep. Still conscious, still aware, but unable to move. Maybe you feel like them for a moment. But that is where we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll be right back with San Antonio by Night's Aftermath. Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio by Night's Aftermath, Episode 13. The coterie awakes in their sleeping quarters of this particular church. Maria feeling a little less like herself for it. But I would like all four of you to make rouse checks. Maria, you're hungry, but you're not starving. You're just on that edge. You feel like you're running on fumes, but you have a little less left in that tank. Noel, the same goes for you. But Ahurei and Faust, you get a little hungrier. A little more hungry as you rise from your day sleep, forcing your body, your undead flesh, to move. What do you do?
My first
First
movement
thing-
for the day.
Alpha goes first.
First thing for the day when Ray wakes up, she makes her way over to the basement door, checks it out, makes sure that it hasn't been opened.
Hasn't been touched.
She opens it up and starts to slip down the stairs inside. She wants to check on their corpse from last night.
And when you go into that basement room, he is still there. see
You
any
awake?
You don't see any movement
More?
from him.
I'd like to sense the beast on him.
You still don't get the sense of a beast.
Get a bit closer. I'll lean down. Press my fingers to his throat, checking for a pulse. He should be dead.
No pulse.
Well, I guess Maria gets to have her way. Bugger. She says out loud.
I would like you to make me an insight check.
No modifiers?
Not unless you have one to insight.
I've got detect lies.
This would be a lie.
Ooh. Mm,
You've got 2 10s in there.
yeah, I'd like to re-roll one of those 10s if at all possible.
You need to re-roll both of them because you've got 2 in your regular and 1 in your hunger.
Oh, can
Yeah,
I
you do.
re-roll both of them then?
Yeah, you do.
I think you could, but you're really you're really tempting fate right now.
Oh, I know. Fingers crossed.
Okay,
Alright, so it's just 4.
4. Something about him. It's not right. He's not. You press your fingers up against his neck and he flinches.
Moore, you're a shit fucking liar, you know that?
And you see that his eyes open.
How blank do you feel now?
You're just as testy as me, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. But I bet you feel oh so blank now, don't ya? Welcome to the ranks of kindred, my son.
Right. Right. So what now? Huh?
Oh. Now you're one of us. You're Faust's kid, so he gets to decide what to do with you. But, for now at least, you're not going to be like these two.
Well, then why don't you get him down here so we can decide what's going on with me, huh?
Maybe. Maybe.
I don't know what you expect out of this.
Maybe to show you that we aren't all what you think.
You're exactly what I think. You've not
You
proven me
reckon?
wrong. You've only proven me right.
Nah, now it's not up to us to prove anything. It's on you.
Right.
You're one of us now. So you gotta prove to yourself.
At least I know what I am now.
Really.
if you think that you're not the same, you're deluded.
Can you hear it yet?
Hear what?
That little voice.
No.
Yeah. Just wait. You might end up hearing it yet. She pulls him over, pulls him forward, checking to make sure that his hands are still very tightly bound.
You see that there was some struggling made against the ropes, and they may be a little frayed, but the chains didn't give.
It's good. She grabs him by the scruff of his collar, starts dragging him, pulling him towards the stairs.
Mm.
She's gonna drag him upstairs. The others should be absolutely ecstatic to know that he made it through the night. Well, through the day.
And what the other three of you see when you awake is that Moore is being dragged by Ahurei up the stairs.
We got a live one.
Not quite.
Oh, why, good evening, Mr. Moore. How are you feeling this beautiful evening?
Fuck you.
Ah, how's the moon right now? Just as a like out of character question to the ST. Is it full, waning, waxing? Is it visible?
I wouldn't know based on the time frame, but you would imagine it's probably your average at most half.
The moon is out and shining. Stars twinkle above us. What a beautiful sight indeed.
Right.
But how is it you're feeling right now?
Fuck you.
My, so testy. Well, actually, that's to be expected. You know what, with your new living conditions.
Right.
I am curious about you, though. But we have time to figure those things out.
Yeah, you made that abundantly clear last night, so whatever you're gonna ask, I'm still not gonna say anything.
Oh, no, there's no asking. No, I know you're not going to answer my question. Now, Faust, you were going to say something.
More like I'm interested.
In what?
You're just a very tenacious man, Mr. Moore. I'll give you that. I didn't think that you would actually survive. Well,
Well, I'm hardier
Make
than
it.
one would think.
I'm almost sad, actually. But I suppose that's not important. What's important is what is coming up next. Let me introduce you to something. The embrace is quite the ordeal. For most of us, it was instant. The blood rushed through us, the hunger immediate. For you, it seems like you have a little bit of honor outside of that. It's a mercy, really. I'm excited for you. But also, I'm really sad because in order to really get ingratiated into this existence, you're gonna have to know what it means to be hungry.
All the time. Sometimes you'll feel nothing but.
Never ending hunger.
Maybe it's not as loud for you. Because you're fresh.
It does give me a few questions, ones that I might be able to answer, but I'll need to get something to eat first.
Is that what's next on the agenda then?
Not for you. Not for you at all.
No.
We're gonna stick you to a board. A pillar, a wall, what have you. And we're going to let you sit and wait comfortably. The nice thing is, you'll never get thirsty. You don't need to probably use the same human functions anymore.
That thing. Got it.
Yeah.
But you will feel hungry. And you'll feel nothing but hungry.
And the hunger
it doesn't
makes you
matter
do
what-
anything.
Stop it. Stop it.
Just all of this talking about hunger is making all of you antsy. But regardless of whatever you might think about Moore, he's kind of cool as a cucumber with this conversation.
Maria starts to crawl a little closer. Agent Moore, are you still Agent Moore right now?
I suppose there's nothing else to call me right now.
No, are you still? You still said in unpleasant terms to Ray for them to shove off a pier. You still hate her. You don't like us much. That's still true, even after you died. Right?
I suppose so.
What else is true? Did you still have a father? A mother? Do you still remember the people you served with?
Every day.
Time you got promoted? Are you still there, Agent Moore? You were calling us horrible things, and they might be true. They might be true of you too. But that doesn't stop you from being Agent Moore. That's the sore spot, isn't it? We're having a conversation, Agent Moore.
My name is now Project Papa.
No.
Alright.
We're still who we were. Worse, still that person. I plan on visiting a proper church visit a father. Because for what your compatriots are, they're on a laundry list of sins that I have to account for. All the better to serve this state. Your conscience will never be clean, but you can make the most of it. When you're ready. When you're ready. She starts to crawl away, looking at Faust. It's hard to tell. Maria's face isn't exactly there in this state. There's something almost pitiable. She maybe has had enough of this conversation for now.
Sebastian, you'll come to understand. We might be monsters. But we're monsters because we have to be.
Monsters because you
Always remember that you're in this position because of your own choices.
have to be. I've made my bed.
Mm-hmm. And your choices always have consequences. Like those two girls downstairs.
You're gonna keep
Like what you
reminding me
now
of
are. I am. Because that's a pain that reminds us of our humanity. And it still hurts for you. It's something that we hold on to.
that. Like you said. Monsters.
Yeah. Monsters.
I make no apologies for what kind of monster I am.
You should really start. Because the longer you hold on to that, the quicker you're gonna fall. And when we fall, oh, that's a mess. Don't you think so, Faust?
Think is a very light way to put it. I know so. We all do. That said, for the time being, Mr. Moore, you'll be our guest. As well as part of the furniture.
Whatever
Where
the
do you
fuck
want him,
you
Faust?
Let's keep him tied up for now. I have this idea that Mr. Moore will tell him everything we need to know once the hunger sets in a bit more.
Back downstairs?
That's correct.
Right. Looks like you'll have some company, Mr. Moore. She picks him up and drags him back down the stairs. making sure he can see those mutilated faces as she pulls him down, setting him against the opposite wall.
He continues to say nothing.
She pets him on the head, and then makes her way back upstairs, closing the door and making to bar it with whatever she can find. Old pews, chairs, something solid to stop it from being opened. He was struggling against his binds earlier. They need to make sure he doesn't get out.
Where do you go from
Outside. Ray,
Yeah,
I need to talk with you about what will be going on tonight.
yeah. Start talking, Faust. I'm listening.
We need to report in to Jameson.
Yeah. I've got a few things I want to say to him. Get him off our backs is first priority.
Of course. And I think it would stand to serve if we also got Marjani off our backs as well.
Yeah, I can have a chat to them both.
We can just simply bring it up to Jameson. Consider this work done, future efforts performed, in favor of a disposable, as long as we have domain, a small set of resources under our name.
Okay. So you want domain and resources to be ours rather than us running around underneath a Marjani.
That's correct.
I can pose it to him. Honestly, though, I don't think he's going to like that.
You gotta pose it to him as the ultimate opportunity.
Yeah. I'll do that.
They may dislike us. If you show that gun, bullets. They may not like us, but they will respect what we can do.
I'm not gonna lie, Faust, You know I'm the paranoid sort, right? But they've been here from 6 months to a year, Moore said.
Longer than I have.
Longer than you have. Longer than I have. And he clammed up when I asked him where he was getting his information, why he was looking at us. And I have the distinct feeling that he's being fed by a kindred.
Traitor.
And it's not just us. It's not just us.
No. Part of this problem, some details that we haven't got. Where did the video feed to? Who is it feeding to? There was another man as well.
Harrison.
You have a name.
He said it to you during that conversation you had to him.
No.
You mentioned that Harrison did some good work. It's the guy that bugged your car.
Oh no.
And, that girl said Harrison's a weapon specialist.
So they have an organized unit. They have organized resources. We understand they're working. Yes. We know they are using federal resources, but nothing recorded, nothing on file.
Yeah.
We have quite the
He was
cleanup
talking
job.
about it. He was talking about it like it was a government unit.
Maybe he just wants to think it's a government unit.
Yeah, but we can't rule out that it might be.
With a random girl and a criminal, according to Mr. Stoneford.
Random. Nah, she wasn't random. She was skilled. And a criminal with connections to the underground.
It is organized.
It's very well organized. I'm not gonna lie, Faust, I'm actually rather worried about this.
I am as well. We need to keep the city on high alert. That much is for certain. I can bring this up to a number of individuals.
Might be an idea.
Who would you like me to liaison to first?
I don't know. All I know is I wanna maybe drip a little bit into Jameson's ear.
Very well. Would you like me to accompany you tonight?
That's up to you. But honestly, I'm worried about Maria and Noel, particularly Maria. What she did downstairs, that's gonna be rough on her.
We need to make sure the coterie feeds.
Not just hunger-wise. Here too. You can't do something like that and it not affect you. I look at that and I go, even I know that that is fucked. And I'm worried about her.
I am too.
But if this is what she is, then I'm a stick by her.
I believe the best way to start in maintaining your sense of self is to rely on people, others, not kindred. But mortals.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can bring the suggestion to her to spend some time at home.
Well, she's talking about going and talking to her father. That'd be, well, what's his name? Father. Something starting with R? The guy that was at the party.
Ah. I remember him as well. It was,
There's something about his name that just seemed so weird.
Renfield, was it?
That's it. Renfield. Yeah.
Does that seem familiar to you?
Oh, the name's weird. Certainly not a common one. That's why I remembered it. But yeah, I'll talk to Jameson. Just as a thought though, I don't think it's a good idea to leave that one here alone. And she points down towards the basement. He's a tricky one. Wouldn't surprise me if he could figure out a way out.
Oh, I'm certain he could.
Certain he's gonna try. Might be an idea to strip him down and make sure he's not carrying anything in terms of recording. Or transmission.
It's a thought we didn't have at all.
Yeah. If he's carrying a tracking device, who knows? Maybe this Harrison fellow might come looking.
Wouldn't that be all too convenient?
Maybe, unless he brings friends. And they already know about how we are with fire, as you found out from personal experience.
Which, Faust, you look like hot garbage right now.
Yeah, I do.
Most of your body is withered away, went up like paper. Basically a skeletal figure with a face.
I'll go ahead and rouse the blood to try and heal.
Aggravated does take 3 rouse checks, and you can only do it once per day.
3 rouse checks?
Yep.
Yeah, no, healing aggravated is brutal.
Lord alive, this is gonna take me far too long. Alright.
Given how hungry you are, do you even have enough in the tank that if you were to do 2 and fail them both, you wouldn't just be sending yourself into torpor?
Wasn't Faust hunger? Oh, no, never mind.
Oh yeah, you were at hunger 0. That's right.
Yeah,
Hunger
and you
0.
fed 1 to...
You can heal that aggravated if you want. You feel pretty good about it.
Alright. Still do rouse checks?
Yep, 3 rouse.
And remember, you can only heal 1 aggravated a night.
Yep, 1 per night. So that's your aggravated for tonight. But it only costs you getting up to hunger 1. It's there. It's quiet, but it's there. And before you did so, it was the first time in a long time that it had been absolutely silent.
It was.
What a relief that must be.
For the most part, I try and restore the parts that aren't easily covered by clothing. Get my bearings. Look presentable.
You have skin now covering a majority of your body, but your flesh underneath is still gonna take some work to build back up, but at least you look human-ish? Human-shaped, not like a skeleton.
Little gaunt.
Your
I'll have
face
to
is
make sure I
definitely
keep
restored to perfection.
Thank God. Hallelujah. Let's get this show on the road. I'll go have a private talk, Mr. Moore.
Well, I'm gonna start walking. Not like we've got a vehicle.
No. If anything happens, Ray,
If
just
anything happens, what?
don't risk it too much. Just get
I'm not usually one to take risks, Faust. Figured you'd have figured that out by now.
I'm sure, but you're feisty.
I am.
Stay safe.
Yeah. Keep an eye out. If he does have friends coming, they'll be taking a good look around. And they'll come in quiet and they'll come in fast.
Indeed. Hopefully I won't catch on fire again.
Yeah, you kind of look like shit when you're on fire. Although, the T-posing was something.
No. Thanks, it was involuntary.
I'm sure it was. See you later, Faust.
Have a good evening, Ray.
And Ray heads out and starts jogging towards the city.
And you end up passing Aaliyah as she's making her way into the building. In a hurry.
Yeah, you got some business to take care of. What was your name?
Aaliyah.
Ray, nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure.
And she's like, well, I gotta go, but...
Yes, I am meeting with Mr. Wolfhart and Noel right now, so you have a good night.
You too. Bye. And she takes off.
And as Ray is leaving, Aaliyah comes into the building.
Ah. Miss Aaliyah, welcome.
Please, it's Miss Dawson if you're going to use the title.
Miss Dawson. Welcome to our humble abode. Once again.
Yes.
Tonight, I and Mr. Stone will be seeing to it that you are appeased.
Yes,
Yes.
we are.
It is going to be quite a night.
I know I myself can use something to eat before I decide. Because Faust, I'd like to take stock of our new friend.
Take stock.
The identification ritual.
Identification ritual.
Out of character, he's referring to a taste of blood.
Ah, yes.
The first thing that you taught me.
Ah, yes. Which I'm sure you've been studying as well.
Of course.
Maria hides behind the door. Just out of sight from the public eye as this new one approaches. I'm taking stock. What do you mean, identification ritual?
Miss Higgs, please.
I have a particular ability whereupon I can.
Faust is wavering over at Maria and being like, "Come, join the
Ah,
circle."
okay. We, children of Hakim, have the ability to identify creatures from a drop of blood.
Yes. Delving into secrets. Be careful of your tongue.
Curious. Y'all make me so nervous sometimes.
As we should.
If I'm... Maybe I gotta work a little harder on it then. If you'll excuse me, I need... Well, last night was taxing.
I believe the plan is for all of us to feed, yes?
Yes.
Then why don't we all go together?
Sounds exciting.
More than one set of eyes is always helpful.
Most definitely. And it'll all mean that we get our share. I think that's a good idea. Shall we then?
Lead the way.
Sure.
Before I head out, make a point to go back downstairs. One moment, friends. I'll join you shortly. I see the wall. This twisted depiction. Their skin integrating with the boards in a way that almost seems like the cells were one, connected completely. Their veins seem to slowly weave in and out, and I feel a chill. It's almost like feeling of fear one would get when watching a horror movie unfurl before their eyes. I don't have any words. I just don't look. I go up, Sebastian, seeing him still sunk on the floor. I push him to have him move to his sides and start pulling out at whatever's in his pockets, patting him down. All right, what do you have on you?
Make a wits investigation. The most obvious thing is his gun holster and a small little radio that you think was attached to a wire at some point, but that wire's gone. At least you don't find it immediately.
Go ahead and take the radio anyways. Take the radio anyways. And I go ahead and I just place it. Take out the batteries, place it on a floor, throw it on the floor a little bit of ways. Well then, Mr. Moore, look at me.
Why?
Just look at me. Is he staring in my eyes? Yay, nay?
He's purposely trying to avert his gaze.
I'll ask nicely. Because he does have one blood bond.
Right.
By nature of the embrace.
He also
Look.
has 9 willpower. So he has a
Man.
very high chance of being able to be dissuaded.
Botches happen.
Botches happen.
Botches do.
Yeah, I'm proof of that.
Yeah.
Look at me. Need your attention for but a moment.
He's successful at disobeying you.
Well then.
Why? Gonna fuck with me again?
I kneel down. Kneel down. I go ahead and grab at his face.
He's gonna close his eyes.
Oh, you're cute. Stubborn little shit.
Whatever it is that you fucking want to do to me, I'm not gonna let you get away with this.
Well, I guess I have to be a little nicer then. Maybe it's meaner, depending on the circumstances. I don't know. You want to go on a road trip?
A road trip? I thought you said that I wasn't getting anything tonight.
Oh, you're not. But you know what? It's fun watching you sit at the dinner table and not get a single scrap. So,
How rude.
this is a lesson in respect.
Respect is earned, my friend. Respect is not forced.
Respect is earned through 2 ways. It is earned honor. Fortunately, we have to take the less exciting and less fun route with you.
Like I said, rude.
Come along. And I grab him from behind with the chains. More or less start dragging him.
He can't really drag against the chains. He doesn't really have the strength to get out of it, so he's reluctantly following you.
Can't leave him alone. And he's just obnoxious enough that I can't dominate him without him looking. Maybe Maria can get rid of his eyelids. I mean, what? No. We're not thinking like
You are being dangerously rude, Mr. Faust.
as if he hasn't been rude since the beginning. You don't call your sire a blank. You don't start people on fire. You don't stalk people for weeks.
What is it that Tom always said? Manners maketh man.
But Tom also made sure to see such gentlemen out. And as he proved, it could be done through honor or through fear. I don't like taking this route. I don't. He's not giving me a whole lot of options here.
Why don't you just take back the blood you spent on him? He's worthless. You hear that quiet little voice in the back of your mind.
No. We will soon, actually. We just need a few more details out of him. Make him hungry. Too hungry. And then when he's on the very brink, he'll start talking. That's how we all are. That's what we are.
He comes back, he comes with you up the stairs, his eyes closed.
Hope you all don't mind, but I'll be bringing some company. Mr. Moore will not be eating tonight with us. He owes us...
He's
Go
a
ahead.
liability.
I'm afraid if I leave him home, he's going to run away.
Very well then. You watch him.
Faust looks at Maria, and then he looks at Mr. Moore. It's appreciated. I'll keep him in good company.
And he is more of a liability if he's left here alone.
What can I possibly do that you fucks wouldn't be keenly aware of?
I don't know. Dig under the floorboards. You might pee on the new carpeting, and you know we can't have that, Mr. Moore.
You treat your own kind like dogs. How noble of you.
Oh, no, this is just you.
I'm poking fun at you. Gives him a little elbow jab.
Fuck off.
Wow, do you kiss your mother with that mouth? Although right now you'd be liable to devour her, I'm sure.
Well, let's make this a good evening.
Yes, a good evening and a productive one.
And you all
Take
notice
care.
that he's remarkably calm for being freshly embraced.
I'm sure. He would have been good, really, for an actual embrace. If he wasn't, you know, so wholly devout and trying to destroy every kindred.
So where are you all going?
Faust and Mr. Moore are staying back at the chapel.
Okay.
Ah,
I thought you were
Well,
going out
then-
feeding.
Aaliyah will. Noel will take Aaliyah out and do hunting alley cat style. Now that using Witch Streetwise. Now that don't have the warrior of O'Leary coming in, trying to cut off my head.
So,
Maria will be hunting as well, though she's going to be more of an ambush predator, focusing on dexterity and brawl.
okay. So you're both more or less doing an alley cat style feeding.
Just slightly different takes.
Different takes. So. But both of you are going to the neighborhood to feed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like to feed in my own domain, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, Faust is staying behind. What do you do in the meantime, Mr. Faust?
I'm going to be having some conversation. I told him a little bit about this existence, but I'm curious what he knows. I'm curious to see what conversations he's willing to have.
From what you can gather, he's not really willing to say much.
That's fine. Child. This isn't what I anticipated. But for as long as I keep him around, he is my child. I'm too young to be a dad. In general.
You just say that out loud to him?
Why not?
Then why do it?
Well, there's lots of reasons. I'm certain you know at least half of them.
Enlighten me.
Come on, Mr. Moore. You already know. I'm just trying to get details out of you.
Yeah, that's what this is. This is an interrogation, sure.
What do you think it is?
I think it's you being
You
an
think I'm
idiot.
doing this for fun? What?
I think it's you being an idiot.
Is that how you perceive it?
Instead of killing the person that is an obvious threat to you, you quote unquote let them live. Either you're incredibly stupid, which, saying those words, he does flinch a little bit, or you're young and inexperienced, and I can't determine which. Or you have no idea what it is to have an enemy.
I mean, realistically, you're the only enemy I ever had.
And all I did
got-
was look into your funding and look into this suspicious activity revolving around you, and I found what I needed. That's all I did,
And those were your only sources of info.
really.
Who was on the other end of the signal? Was it Harrison?
I'll let you speculate. I don't need to answer.
Could you, would you?
No.
That's not a question. This is a command. I want him to roll willpower on that.
He has no compulsion right now to obey you.
No. That's fine. Out of topic. With this,
Mm-hmm.
every time he rolls willpower like that, is he expending willpower?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Then I kind of want to throw some social combat at him.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Moore. Why Project Papa? Why say that? Are you just acknowledging your daddy issues right now?
No. You know I'm an FBI agent. You know there are secret projects. You know about Daybreak. You tell me.
I'm asking more on basis of the Papa, because that just screams daddy issues to me. Provided.
Why
don't you tell me?
That is a charisma persuasion versus his charisma persuasion.
Does he get modifiers because of his blood bond?
No.
Do I get modifiers because of his blood bond?
No.
What? Why are his stats so fucking high?
Because he's probably a deadly mortal.
He's a deadly mortal.
Deadly mortal.
Or was a deadly mortal. And now he's kindred. So if you're initiating social combat, you would be taking 5 half to 3 superficial willpower damage.
I'll willpower reroll.
You can at least try to reduce the damage.
Yeah.
So that's 3 half to 2.
This little fuck.
So why don't you tell me what you know about Daybreak, then? You have all the answers.
You keep saying that. And yet in the same sentence, you'll sit there and refute my intelligence.
I'm suspecting now that you only know a word. You don't know shit.
I know enough to withhold information. If it means I can get more.
So do I. You're talking to a trained professional, kiddo. And I would like you to, because he's kind of attempting to intimidate you. He's going to use charisma intimidation, and you can defend with wits insight. Oh.
I kind of hate him.
Oh. Oh, that's 8.
Well, thankfully, social damage is halved,
Yes.
because you're kindred. But now he's under a compulsion.
He is under a compulsion.
What's his shitty compulsion?
1 through 3 is hunger, right?
Yep.
Yep, it's a hunger. Oh,
Worth it.
oh, that just flipped it. That just flipped it right back over on its head.
You're just some
At
kid.
least it took me another 2.
Some kid who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And you see that while fangs ought to pop even on a very young kindred, his fangs are very short, if dull. They're not very long at all, not like yours.
Huh.
In fact, they're not much longer than a human's, and even then, they're dull on the points.
Wasn't that cute? Look, Mr. Moore, say what you will, but as of right now, we have officially seen 5 things in the past 24 hours that are more terrifying than you.
Well, isn't that just fucking fantastic?
It is. Now here's a good one. Faust stands up, takes a couple steps back. And he goes ahead and opens up a small wound on his thumb. Lets the blood clear out. Do you smell it?
Yes.
That's good. Have you felt it yet?
Felt what? You keep talking about feeling things.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. My bad. Blanks don't feel things. Are you hungry?
Yeah, my stomach is kind of growling.
Oh, good.
But you keep talking about like some kind of voice, like I'm supposed to be hearing things, like there's supposed to be another entity in my head or some shit. No. It's nothing more than starving pains.
We'll see if Ray can pick up some. Was it? Macas?
Macas?
Macas. When she
Right.
gets back, of course.
Sure.
I'm curious to find out. Just what have I done to you?
Even you don't know, Mr. All the Answers?
You're the first one I ever tried this with. Congratulations.
Ooh, popped your cherry. Big fucking whoop.
You would suspect with all the hitting I did on BBQ, this is precisely what I planned all along.
That's disgusting.
I know you hate it. All the better to keep joking like that. Mr. Daddy Issues. Project Papa. Faust continues to circle around.
If you want
And
to,
I imagine that they go.
if you want to turn that into an attack, you can.
I ain't got the willpower for it anymore.
At some point, you're gonna want to walk away, because he's gonna keep jabbing at you right back.
No, that is Faust walking away. Specifically going to be taking him and putting him back in the basement, boarding it back up. Because he's done.
And Sebastian is put back in his quote room with the
moaning wall.
with the moaning wall.
Faust stands at the podium, kneels into it. Maybe it was dumb. But if you tell me it's dumb now, it doesn't save you. And I'm trying to find a reason to save you. Any reason.
In the meantime, Maria, Noel, and Aaliyah are out in the usual neighborhood.
So, Maria's going to do their best to assist Noel and Alia, I believe the name is.
Yes, my name is Aaliyah. And you are?
I thought that was obvious. I'm a freak. Let's get you fed. That was the contract, wasn't it?
Even
Yes.
the freaks among us have names.
Higgs. Miss Higgs.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Hicks.
And afterwards we can discuss your parenting approach.
My parenting approach.
Yeah. I still haven't quite lived down Noel trying to split me in two.
She
Aaliyah did tell, Noel did tell Aaliyah about that with the thing that happened with the really rough night and the beast making its way to the fall and all of that.
But I think
He did share that with her.
he shared that with her. But did he actually use Maria's name?
No, he didn't say who exactly. He said a member of his coterie, but he didn't say who.
I see. She just kind of looks at you, Noel. In that very parenting, judgmental kind of way. The kind of way you don't like her
Why'd
looking
you
at
do
you.
it, or why didn't you finish the job?
No, probably in more of the why did you do it? But
Noel
That's
would
for you to
look at her
suspect.
like, we went over this.
well, I'm sure I can make up to you for that. Yes, Noel.
I have been since it happened.
We are focusing on you. And no. And then I'll take it over. I don't like this look anymore.
Mm. Yes, then let's get to it. And so, how are we rolling?
Aaliyah is going to be, well, I realize that she is not very good at what one I picked for her. As far as a feeding role, so she's rolling dexterity stealth. So if you have stealth special or stealth dots,
Oh,
you can help her.
I have stealth dots. I have a stealth dot.
Maria does have 1 dot in stealth.
Nice. So you both can help her. Yay.
Does she have obfuscate? Because that's probably also gonna help.
Yes, she does actually. Yes. So she has silence of death. So she's not gonna have. I'm gonna give her an additional modifier for that. She makes it. She's able to slip into probably a little too close to the actual street you all live on for your comfort, but she does find a place where she can quietly slip in, find her fill, and come back out with no one knowing the wiser. Thank you for that.
It's no problem. I said that we would make good on our word. Now, if I'm to take stock and not absolutely lose my mind, I'm going to need to go feed. I'm aiming to use a Dark Knight approach using the Witch Streetwise hunting roll for Alley-Cat.
Okay. Aaliyah can't help you. She doesn't have Streetwise.
Are you able to help me, Maria?
Nope. You're asking a country bumpkin to end up helping you with gangland territory.
Same
Alright,
with
then I'm
Aaliyah.
going
She's an
for it.
occultist.
I
will
have.
allow you to
but
succeed at a cost.
What's the cost?
The cost is you're feeding on someone you know.
On someone I know.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take the cost. I can't afford to spend more power. And then I've got a frenzy check.
Yeah, you do. Who is that?
Save it
person?
against that, though. I'm gonna try and do a little sneak up, kind of from behind, take the 2, and then make my way away while they're dazed.
The person that you're feeding on is someone that Maria knows. You know her because she was at the barbecue.
Oh no. Well,
It was nice knowing you, Noel.
This is Tim's
Yep.
wife. Alana.
oh, this Alana.
It's the only opportunity
Okay.
you've had so far.
I took 2. She's dazed, she doesn't know who I am, and she's gonna be okay. So she's not hurt.
But Maria, following Noel around? This is Tim's wife.
Yeah,
He just took out of Tim's wife.
yeah, and that could have been the girls.
Could have been the girls.
I didn't have another option.
I hope that that's not what Noel said.
No. No.
I hope those were not the exact words that came out of Noel's mouth.
No. But Noel, in this case, isn't rough in any way, shape, or form. In fact, he's quite gentle with how it all goes down.
But you do not like his teeth going into that neck.
No, I
That's
don't.
yours.
That's
Alana's
T's call.
yours.
She'll keep that in mind, but up to you.
I'm not gonna make you roll frenzy yet. But Noel comes back to the group.
That was
And that's when you realize who he had fed on.
To be fair, though, Noel actually doesn't know that it's one of Maria's.
No,
He knows that she was at the party.
this is somebody
doesn't
you
know who's
know.
one of the
That's
three.
all you know.
Yes, somebody that I saw at the party, but other than that, no idea. So if Maria makes note of it,
Yeah, Maria is definitely watching this individual even as you're starting to walk away. Probably a little unnerving when she finally moves and her head just kind of turns to you. Again, not looking with the eyes, just the head turn.
something up. Because it's gonna sound like he has absolutely no idea. Because he doesn't.
Is something wrong?
Is she alive?
Yes. Yes, most certainly. Nice and safe.
Or at least
Why do you-
safe. Or at least safe. She starts to walk up to Noel. My neighbors. My friends.
And that's when it's gonna hit Noel. Oh, Maria, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
No. Because you don't care to. This is my neighborhood. No. I know many people. Because that's how we maintain our domain.
Right. Yeah.
You're threatening my home.
I said, I had no idea it won't happen again.
That's not an excuse.
No. No, it's not. It's just...
If somebody goes missing, I better know who and why. Good people live here, no. And I am not a good person anymore. She turns. My turn.
Yeah, let's get you fed up.
Yes.
So what I'm thinking is brawl dexterity.
Yeah, since you're still in your altered form, I'll allow dexterity.
Let's hope.
Basically coming up behind somebody and just having at, almost as if it's a mugging.
Oh no.
I can provide teamwork on that.
Oh good. Can
Because
anybody
I do-
else?
Aaliyah,
I do have a brawl dot.
Aaliyah, where's her sheet? Aaliyah can. You get a +2.
I am going to willpower 3 dice. God damn it. Oh, thank God. No
Oh.
frenzy. Or in no compulsion. Flirting with the beast on that one.
I'm definitely flirting, and that little scratching voice in the back of your mind is.
Well, you got a
definitely
hunger
very,
frenzy.
Very hungry.
Yeah, but I am only at hunger 4, so
It is.
I at least have a chance.
Yep.
But I'm also on aggravated willpower damage.
Yeah.
All right. Just roll frenzy check.
Roll me a frenzy.
My current willpower is only 2. Humanity is only at 5. No modifiers. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I hope.
It's difficulty 3 with the taste of blood, isn't it?
Yep. It's difficulty 3.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why'd you have to remind me? Because
You start ravaging this person. As soon as you sink your teeth in, you just cannot get deep enough into that vein to get that juicy liquid from the inside. No, you have to rip up everything. You have to. It's... Old Scratch is taking everything from this person and
Dolphin's
ravaging
like,
them.
Noel's just like, shit. He's trying to figure out what to do because she's in her altered form. If I go up and attempt to try and I can attempt to try and drag her off, but that's putting myself in the firing line of an altered form. It's so easy.
some things you just don't get in the way of.
Yep, and this is one of them.
And Aaliyah is kind of looking to you, Noel, for direction. What do
And
you want her to do about
no-
it?
And Noel kind of looks to her. It's just like, if we get in the way of that, she will tear us apart without even meaning to.
I need to look.
I have had first-hand experience. I've seen firsthand that the power of the voivodes is absolutely terrifying. He's saying
Maria-
this to Aaliyah and Ernest, that I can't stop that, I'm sorry.
I like the fact that he's having this conversation as somebody's being devoured. It's like, should we help? What are we gonna do? Call Michael McDoesn't exist?
Yeah, pretty much. Noel is in that position like, she just got angry at me. If I go over there, she's gonna tear me in half.
I'm looking up a thing. I'm trying to determine if Aaliyah can actually help.
Unless she got some kind of blood sorcery?
Okay. Well, she's not very good at the thing that I have her. Well, actually, no, she's actually pretty good at that. So she's actually going to pull out a dagger and see if she can't stun Maria with Ishtar's touch.
Oh, yeah. It's a ritual I'd like to learn, except it takes a month.
And so, I think Ishtar's touch can do that, yes. I'm thinking
It's
about-
all pools or
Thinking about that other thing, oh, what other ritual is that? The one that you have.
you took it out Scorpion's touch?
Yeah,
That's
Scorpion's
a
touch.
power, not a ritual.
Okay, I don't. Well, does she have that? Does she have that? Yes, she does. So she is going to attempt to hit you with it, Maria, to try and knock you off of this guy. But she's also going to rouse for it.
I'd like to prepare to pin her with a tackle.
Real shit.
Now, is she intending to do damage?
She's not intending to do damage. She's intending to get you off of this person in order to keep them from dying. She's not intending to do any real harm.
Okay. What do you want me to roll?
That is versus stamina occult if you have it.
Or if
Stamina-
you have fortitude somehow.
No, I only have. Ironically, she's actually compromised her ability to end up going up against this to be able to feed. So it's only a 2 dice. Nothing. I'm done.
Okay. So she's really only intending to remove you from this person. And hopefully
How much blood did I manage to get?
1 so far.
Oh shit.
Yeah, hunger 3. But maybe if we pull you off, you might be able to re-roll your frenzy check to calm down.
Yes, I will allow you
Okay.
to re-roll your frenzy. This time at a modifier +1 because Aaliyah has maybe tried to knock some sense into you.
Well, I'm no longer at hunger 3, so, or I'm no longer at hunger 4, so.
Yeah, so you can regain your composure. But you know that if you stick around, you're gonna probably want to bite into this guy again. gonna help you get away, Maria.
Yeah, Noel will move in to help now too. Now that he knows that, like, at the very least, the Maria's got enough composure that if she tears him in half, it's going to be because she chose to.
So far as you can tell. And so,
I need more.
yes. But do you have control of yourself now?
For now.
Good.
I thought it would be appropriate. Never mind. She starts to slip
Speak your
into
mind.
the... Maybe I should have just left Noel to clean up a body. Since clearly he doesn't care about what's going on here. And I can't do that to him.
I apologize.
I stayed true to my word with Faust of getting you fed.
Yes, you have.
If you want the problem to go away, no. I need to keep working on them. More and more and more himself. Until they're part of the neighborhood. Our perfect little home.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Loud and clear.
If I can't take from that one, I'll find another.
Speaking of, that guy, what kind of state is he in right now?
Wounded, but he'll live.
Maria walks up to him, stretches their head to the side, and looks the wound clean.
He's still kind of dazed. If not from the kiss itself, from being wounded right now.
But I'm not going to end up leaving him in shock.
Yeah.
Maria starts to end up making her way out, away from the scene before she's spotted. Let this be a mystery.
Lean him against the wall, and we need to get out of here.
Yes.
And Noel is gonna activate Silence of Death and follow after Maria.
As is Aaliyah.
Maria's gonna attempt to hunt one more time.
Got my teamwork.
This is probably taking longer than she expected, but
Yep, it's taken a couple of hours.
hey, Oh, she feeds well.
Yep. And if it
I
hungers you to
imagine-
hunger one, you get another 2.
Yep. I imagine this is a moment where Noel and her are just kind of watching somebody walk into an alley.
Mm.
Go to the alley, turn to just, we'll make sure no one else is watching, and as this individual walks down the alley, this long tendril of a hand just comes up, grabs him by the head, pulls him up into the night sky. And then just drops his unconscious self at the body, and no one knows what the hell happened.
And it is picture perfect smooth. Goes off
And,
that hitch. It actually only takes a couple of minutes, actually.
Nice.
And Noel turns to Aaliyah, and very quietly he says, "Yeah. I'm absolutely terrified of her, and that's why."
This is why you should make it nice.
What do you mean to not make nice? Truly was not the intent.
Yes, you keep making excuses. Make it better.
Well, I would if I knew how.
Ask her. Jesus. You do this like you're inept.
I've never been good with people, Aaliyah, you know that.
Neither have I. But at least I manage.
Yeah, I can't fault you for that.
Fix your coterie issues.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Or I will fix them for you. You do not want that. She starts to walk away.
In his mind, Noel's just like, a break cannot be caught. And he's just gonna call out quietly. You good?
I think at this point, Maria's gonna creep above his head, probably dangling from a fire escape or something.
Hmm.
You're never you when you're hungry.
Noel is just gonna jump out of his... Noel is just gonna jump. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's get out of here. I'm sure Faust doesn't want to be alone back at the chapel. I'm sure he could use some company. And on the way back, you and I can have a little chat, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe. She kind of shrugs off and starts to climb back up, using her long limbs to go between buildings to stay out of sight and those strange things. She's at most a very strange shadow somewhere in the alleyways.
Right, back to the chapel we go. Aaliyah has a ward. I've got to talk with Maria. I'm also going to do the thing with more. Let's just. Fuck. Fuck, man. It's just not my day.
Ahurei, where were you off to?
Baron.
Ray was making her way to see Jameson.
That's right.
Specifically at that little bar of his that they had been directed to previously.
Alright, we will head over in that direction for now. It's only Ahurei who's here, so... You make your way towards the Lone Star pub, where you know that Jameson hangs out. And you do see that Maxine, the girl from before, is tending the bar.
She makes her way up to the bar, gives Maxine a wave.
She kind of cocks a brow at you and comes over.
Yeah, can I get a drink, thanks?
What would you like?
Whiskey.
Whiskey.
Yeah, shot of whiskey. And, need to have a chat with the proprietor if he's in.
Yeah, I figured as much. I've seen you before.
Yeah.
Does this need to be just as private a discussion?
Absolutely.
Oh, he's not gonna like that.
Yeah, I know he's not. But he needs to be kept up to date.
So you have a prouder support, okay.
Yeah.
I'll let him know. And she
Thank you.
heads off towards the back, having someone else take over the bar. For a moment, is there something that you wanted to do while you were waiting?
Well, she did order a whiskey.
Well, I think Maxine
At this
forgot
point-
about the whiskey and just went to go tell Baron Jameson.
At this point, she needs a drink. She's like, fuck this. She, since Maxine left, she orders another whiskey and just drinks while she waits.
She comes back and tells you to go around back.
Thanks for your help. She pays with a bit of cash that she's got left and makes her way around. And when
And-
she gets around the back, she keeps her head low, keeping an eye out for any security cameras.
And when you get back there, you do see that similar looking man. A small beard. Kind of old looking eyes.
Nice to see you again, sir.
Right. Maxine said something about a prouder support. What you got?
Yeah. Well, we took care of our issue.
Thoroughly?
Yeah. Well, our end of it anyway. We, got a bit of information out of them. Apparently they've been here for a while.
Really?
Been here about a year.
Isn't that fantastic?
And,
Based on what, exactly?
what we managed to dig out of them.
And you don't suspect that he's trying to bullshit you?
I'm generally pretty good at, telling when somebody's lying to my face.
Right.
Either way, safe to expect the worst, no?
Yeah, better safe than sorry. Alright.
Is, also the possibility that they might be getting, information leaked to them from one of our own.
You see that he kind of rolls his eyes a little bit and kind of just runs a hand through his hair. Right.
And, one more thing. He was armed.
Armed.
She pulls the ammunition out of her pocket, offers it over to Jameson.
He kind of gives it a look
Incendiary.
over. Incendiary.
Yeah, one of us got hit with it.
Shit.
He went up pretty quick. He's still around though. But I knew a lot more than anything that had been said by us.
Sorry, who knew more? What do you... I'm not sure I'm following the conversation here.
You know that name that I dropped last time we were here? Agent Moore?
Yeah, what about him?
Yeah, it was him.
Okay.
He had a lot of information on our people, if you know what I'm saying.
Why don't you come in and we talk about this a bit more, because
Yeah,
that does not sound good.
you're telling me.
And he's not taking you by the scruff of your neck this time, but he's leading you into that same room from before.
She follows in.
Okay, so
She looks uncomfortable. She looks worried. She looks concerned. It's plain as day on her face.
spit it out, kid.
There were 3 of them working together that we caught. And Moore told us that he's been here from 6 months to a year.
Alright.
Clammed up pretty quick when we started asking questions. Tried to change the subject when I asked him where he was getting his information. And it seems like he might be getting it from one of our kind. As I said, kindred leaking it. Apparently part of a group that was something to do with Daybreak.
Daybreak.
Yeah, some kind of FBI bullshit. And like I said, they were armed with these bloody incendiary rounds. Look, Baron, no disrespect, but I heard that there was some shit going down in this city a year ago.
Yeah.
Was that wasn't noisy, was it?
Not terribly. Not as far as I could tell.
Not enough to draw attention from mortals that might know?
Well, maybe the Sabbat attacks got a little noisier than we would have liked, but that's to be expected. They're not exactly a quiet bunch.
Yeah, no, they're not. Baron, I'm worried that this goes deeper than just us.
I mean,
It
there's always that
seemed-
worry. That doesn't go away.
Well, from what he was saying, it seemed like they were looking at more than just our coterie. But we weren't able to get much more than that out of him.
What did you do with him?
We've got him detained. We haven't killed him yet. he's currently, he was calling us blank bodies.
Yeah, I've heard that term before.
I haven't. It's a little disconcerting.
It's a term used by certain individuals to refer to kindred.
Certain
Fairly-
individuals.
Fairly common term. That, quote, monster hunters use. Dealt with
The
my
other
fair share
two
of
that he
monster
had with
hunters in
him.
the past.
Nah, I haven't actually.
Well, I have.
The other two he had with him, two women. One by the name of O'Leary. The other one, some Japanese name. O'Leary is a criminal, deals in underground, and the other girl didn't know what she was getting into. You've heard the name?
Where have I heard that name before?
I might have mentioned it last time.
Right. Criminal. You said.
Yeah.
Huh. Let's see. Yeah, I've heard that name before. Kind of a not a very big group. One that took a pretty heavy hit up near Houston, I think.
I wouldn't know.
What is she doing here?
Oh, she's working with Moore. So goodness knows.
Yeah, fuck.
The other girl is working with tech.
It's not uncommon for the FBI to start putting in tech gurus.
Yeah. Look, Baron, I'm not sure how many of them are in the city. I was talking to one of the Nosferatu, and they said, and not just the Nosferatu, the homeless of the area, and they were saying that they're getting pushed out of the north.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You don't think that might be connected, do you?
There's no obvious connection, but
Well,
wouldn't
aside from
surprise me.
FBI.
I'd like you to make a charisma persuasion at a -1 because of your coterie status.
Blah. This is gonna be shit. Nah, I didn't think I was gonna get it.
It's probably nothing.
Yeah, probably. But again, expect what's best.
Sorry, what?
Expect the worst. Hope for the best.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Cover our
term before.
bases so
Yeah,
that we don't get our asses kicked.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Well, the Faust wanted me to bring up with you. Is there any chance of getting that little patch of domain put to just us? Makes it a bit easier on us if we don't have to be constantly reporting to Marjani.
You say that like I have any power over what Marjani says about her domain. I'm just a mediator.
Figured I'd just bring that up with you.
I'm just a mediator. You have to take that up with her. If you can't communicate with her, then what are you doing talking to me?
You're the big boss. That's what I'm doing talking to you.
Right.
You
But
know,
that only
higher on the
goes
chain
so
and all that.
far.
Yeah. I figured I'd mention it though.
No, you're gonna have to prove to her that you're able to take care of it by yourself.
Yeah.
And
Fair
from-
enough, fair enough.
based on what you've told me so far, is you have some defenses to pull up. Not gonna lie, the fact that the FBI even got in there without you knowing, that's a red flag.
Yeah, but they set it off for us, and we noticed them. And started taking action on them right away, Baron.
But you didn't catch it beforehand.
Yeah.
Work on
I'm
that.
just worried about the rest of the domain.
Work on that. Worry about yourselves. The rest of us are fine. You just concentrate on what's your problem.
If you're sure. Well, thank you for your time. And, I hope you keep this in mind in future, because, I'm legitimately worried about this, Baron.
Yeah, and I know that me saying it is not going to assuage your fears. But
Yeah.
I'm the Baron for a reason, because I know how to organize people. Let
Well.
me do my damn job. And
Yes,
you
sir.
worry about your damn job.
By the way, if you need me for anything else in future, let me know, eh? I'm always willing to help out where I can.
You said Moore's not dead yet, right?
Not yet.
Bring him to me.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. We'll see if I can't get any more out of that piece of shit.
I'll try and bring him to the back door out of sight.
Either today or tomorrow will work.
As
Preferably
soon as I
today.
can. As soon as I can.
Fantastic. Get to it.
She turns to leave. Didn't feel comfortable, but hey. Might be worth getting the Baron's attention on it. Even still. It weighs. And now she's gonna head back to the original Coterie Haven. She needs to get a truck. Gonna have to check it over first. Check over the house, make sure it's not burned down. I still have this Harrison.
Are the other three of you headed towards that place?
Yeah, we'd be closer. Although I need to go back to the chapel, so. But we could do that faster by going to the Coterie Haven and grabbing my car.
And Faust is still at the chapel then, yes?
If you're trying to say something, if you're trying to say something, Jack, you are muted.
No.
No, okay.
I'm up. Yeah, just rehearsing something in my head.
Okay.
Alright. Then the three of you make your... Well, all kind of meet up at the shared haven.
Maria makes her way in, takes a look around, just observing things. She's been trying to end up finding any kind of listening device, or anything else that might have been weaved in. Maybe they told the weapon specialist where they were, maybe not. Gotta keep an eye out before I end up going about changing things around, getting my face back.
You can make me a wits investigation if you'd like.
Sure thing.
With some help if Ahurei and Noel have investigation.
I do, because I have at least 1 dot in every mental skill.
Ahurei?
I do not.
Plus 1. 2. I'm gonna willpower because I need to know. Okay, 4.
You don't see anything that would. You don't see anything that stands out. And in a cursory glance, you don't see any more bugs. You don't see any kind of tracking devices or anything in the house. And any kind of trail that might have been left by a vehicle or something. There's nothing here like that.
Okay. That helps. When Maria sees Noel and Ahurei, hands start to end up moving up and down her own arms over her face. You can see that her fangs are biting into herself to stop herself from screaming. As flesh moves, bones break. She's tearing herself apart. And that is going to be vicissitude. I'm going to use my last willpower.
I thought that was a heal by aggravated.
Well, the 2 ways, right? I can rouse and I can use 5 point, or if I have 5 successes, I can remold myself to be exactly who I want to be, including myself.
That's fair.
So there's
It's a
2
pretty
different
fun
ways.
little thing.
Go for it.
It's if somebody else wants to heal without the use of vicissitude.
Ah, yes. And you have the 5.
So, okay, that puts my strength back to 2, dexterity to 2, and stamina to 3. And by the end, he's finished seeing her. She's checking her own face, checking her lips, looking in the glass, stretching, reforming, kind of like trying to coax eyebrows out again. Even so far as the nose hairs are the weird thing. When she grabs the hold of her nostril and stretches it out like a good, 15 inches out so she can just coax nose hairs out. It's like, what the hell? By the time she's done, she stands there how you would have pictured her. Or how she pictures herself. You're not sure how many times she's done this. Is this actually how Maria looked when she was embraced? No real way to be sure.
Nice to see you back to yourself, Maria.
Well, now. Ain't that just a kick in the old keister? Oh. church and sit in my new beanbag chair.
Yeah, about that.
And I need to actually roll a rouse.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. 2 hunger. Oh well.
Yeah, about that. Might have a meeting with Jameson.
Might.
Then again, it might just be me and Faust, depending on whether you guys want to come along.
If I can stay out of Baron Jameson's eyesight for the next 20 years, I'll take it.
Yeah. Got amiable tonight, which was nice.
I still need to end up making a visit. And then I need to end up starting to work on the next. I was spending a lot of time down there.
Yeah.
Jeez. It was quick. It was patchwork. She was kicking up a fuss and screaming.
Well. Thanks for your work.
It's what I am, apparently. No, we'll end up. If you wanted to drive me out there as a chauffeur, we'll gladly end up having that talk, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that sounds good.
I'll
So what the
travel
hell
in
we...
my own vehicle.
You're heading to pick up Faust?
And our new little friend,
Good.
Jameson, wants to meet him.
Well, then. Ain't that just good?
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep spending some time down there. I'm gonna do what I can to make sure that they never hurt anyone again. It's a temporary thing. That's what I keep telling myself. It's a good thing. It's... You don't have to kill anyone. But you two went too far. At least I think so. But I'm not a judge.
Went too far with what?
You see him as an enemy, I get that. But the second that he became one of us, the second we chose to make him one of us, I don't know. Didn't sit right with me.
If we didn't make him one of us, he was going to die on that floor.
Yeah. But you already made it. The fact that he was gonna die didn't mean that we had to end up deciding to slap him every 2 seconds. No, I get that you find a great deal of amusement in it. I get that.
I
You
would call that misnomers.
No, you did. You came back chuckling and saying, "Oh, the hypocrisy." You found it funny. Something I had to see. Tell me, you know what? I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. I'd like to end up believing that in somewhere in each of us is some kind of better nature, even if I have a hard time living up to it. Glass houses and stones and all that.
he should stop believing that of me for a second.
What he should do and what he can do are two different things.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna lie, maybe the rest of you end up having more pleasant memories, but I didn't exactly have. You know what? I'm gonna get going. I gotta get out of this place.
Yeah.
And
This would be a wit's insight.
yeah, I'm going to. On that one, definitely going to.
Not her greatest composure is her weak spot, so. And no, she's having PTSD flashbacks. Ahurei, yeah, she's having PTSD flashbacks.
What a
And
willpower that 10.
Go ahead.
Okay, so changes it to just 2.
yeah, still, that's
Still a pass.
What's
Actually-
going through your head, Maria?
You know better. No better at all. Maybe Veronica should be with you all. You all deserve each other.
Ah.
How about we, you know what? How about we just take him on out and have him dig his own grave, huh? Bury him down there. How about that? You know, we'll really teach him humility there.
Noel is gonna raise a hand.
What, you gonna start with me in the hypocrisy? I get that I'm a fucking hypocrite.
No. I get it. A little bit, at least. Not totally. I couldn't. But a little bit.
At least I tried to end up saving one of them. At least I tried to end up in there saying, no, you know what, this one I draw the line. I have to do some vicious stuff, but I'm gonna put her back together again. I'm gonna build her up better. I'm gonna give her a whole new identity. I'm gonna end up here getting her a job. I'm gonna end up making her at least live some kind of fucking life. There's enough's enough. Enough's enough. And look at me. I'm wasting away. I already know it. I don't feel bad for it. I'm more scared that I don't feel bad about it anymore, no. And this one thing doesn't feel right for once. There's something I feel again. Dear God, I am not letting it go this time. There's not much left for me to be lost anymore. And you all were thinking it, I know it. You were all thinking it. And when I don't have to wear this face anymore, I don't have to be Maria anymore. So what's left? It's like, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, no. Get it, yeah. Look at what the fuck you did to a scared kid who was over a fucking head.
Wait, out of character, who's Maria referring to when she says that?
She said no.
Yeah, no,
What?
no. Who's referring to the scared kid who was in over her head? Just so that I'm on the same page.
I think there's a reason she's not listing a name.
Name.
She's not. She's not being specific for a reason.
Reason, yeah. No, I can get that. Trust me, it doesn't sit well with me either. But with as far as Moore goes, at the very least. Moore transgressed egregiously, and as such, he is now being taught the true nature of what goes on inside each of our heads.
And what are you teaching him? Huh? What? Be cruel? Be a monster? He was right about all of us. And the thing that made us end up lashing out, the reason we ended up telling him that, no, you know what, we're going to make you shut up. We're going to make you beg to eat something, to eat someone. We need you to go hungry. You know why? Because he called us out on his shit. He called us out, and we didn't like it. We didn't like the fact that there's a part of him that might be right. We didn't like the idea that maybe, yeah, we are dead. What's left of us is gone. That scared the shit out of everybody. Here, Jesus, please forgive me.
Ray steps forward now. She puts her hands on either side of Maria's face and turns it up to look at her. When she looks her dead in the eye, she says, "We are dead. That's what happened to us. We were given a second chance. He wanted to take that second chance away. Do you think for a second that he wouldn't have taken us out? That he won't take us out if he gets 5 seconds to do so? Because I can tell you now, he will. The difference between us and them is that we got a second chance at this. And we're doing our best to hold on to it. And we can't afford to slip. Yeah, we're monsters. But did we really choose to become monsters? She lets go of Maria's face and steps back. Think on it.
And to sum up a condition so simply, does the person desperately trying to hold on to what little they have left a major disservice? As was said, Faust trying to perform a community project here, lift up the neighborhood. The intentions, not necessarily altruistic, no. But it's still a good thing for the people. To simply put a derogatory label on it and leave it there does what we try to hold on to disservice. So, yes, you are correct, it did irk me. It irked me quite so. That he could be so brazenly callous about it. And as such, his punishment was to understand exactly what it is that makes us us.
You don't have to be kindred to be a monster.
And you don't have to be immortal. You don't have to be immortal to be a good person.
Can't be good people. No. say if there was anything this past week has taught us.
No, maybe we can't be good people, but we can try. You don't have to be immortal to try.
I'm not delving into this any further. It's hurting my head. I've got shit to deal with tonight.
Yeah.
This isn't
Yeah.
over, and it goes deeper than just the 3 that we've got. It goes much deeper.
Probably. So let me deal with the other 2. Noel, you coming?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to talk to Moore. Said now that I'm a bit fresher, I can take stock of what we're dealing with him.
Yeah. You do that. And I'll end up spending some time. I gotta think long and hard on where I go to from here.
And to the church we will go.
To the church you will go to meet up again with Faust.
Mm-hmm.
Faust, eventually, after you've done some talking with Moore, getting a little frustrated at the fact that he's being a little shit, the other 3 arrive, and I would like you to give me a high or low.
Me?
Yes.
Clan High.
Yes, you, Mr. Beaufort.
Gonna have to go high. He got out.
Carry on.
It's not like I haven't been keeping an eye on him.
No, I know.
No, it's not that.
Oh, I know.
It's probably something else.
Well, until you know, you don't know anything's up. So,
Nope.
Let's just keep going.
Cannot act on meta knowledge. Continue.
Mm-hmm. Noel is going to come in to see Faust. All right. That is sorted. I'm ready to take stock. Shall we go downstairs?
And Aaliyah is
Suppose so.
here starting the ritual.
What's the time?
Probably about 10 o'clock. Maybe 11.
All right.
Take stock.
Yes.
Giving them an ID.
Yeah, let's get that done quick.
You holding up fast?
I'm having second thoughts.
We'll hold on to those second thoughts because there's more that I've got to say.
Very well. He's a tough one. He's feisty.
Yeah.
Hard egg to crack. So.
Well, you won't have to crack him.
No.
Jameson wants a crack.
Oh, God. That's so much more terrifying. All right.
Yeah.
Very well. Should have just said he was dead. Because he is.
He's still kicking and he's got some valuable information.
Fair. I'll move into it. I got him a little
Also-
boiling.
Faust.
Yes.
Faust will, Noel will go and grab his sword, because his sword was here. Because he had that with him still. And he'll hand it to Faust. Just in case.
You're putting a lot of trust into someone who is absolutely. I'll do my best.
Right. We're gonna go downstairs.
And you head downstairs. The door has a bit of a broken board or a pew of some kind pressed up against
Yeah.
it.
Blocking it.
You remove that. You open up the door. See a bit of a bloody mess of your wall.
Oh boy.
He got those.
Faust can't put the sword back.
He's still in the room. He's a bloody mess. But you also see that the wall has been attempted to get ripped at with just human bite marks. And that they've been bleeding for a while.
Oh. Oh. God. Oh, Maria's not gonna be happy. I'm gonna enter the room, sword in hand.
Maria, you are here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
And make way for Maria. My apologies. He must have done it between the last time I checked.
So is anybody else happy here? Has a point been proven?
Dunno, has it? Ray starts heading down the stairs.
Noel has gone down first, so
He was left in the same room as them.
should have moved him upstairs.
Yeah, but he was also bound. How you doing, Moore?
Peachy.
Guess you didn't care much for your friends, did you?
Couldn't let them stay like that. Couldn't let them stay like that. Couldn't let them be like that.
You're justifying it to yourself.
He must have hopped over. Is he still bound? Like, arms and stuff?
Yeah, he's still bound.
Yeah, he hopped over and bit them.
Remember, you are why they're like this.
Maria checks in
Now
on him.
you've...
You check their vitals,
Yeah.
they're gone. He may have drank some of their blood, but the rest of it is on the floor.
Roy picks him up, drags him back up to the surface.
Oop, hold on. Got a thing to do first.
You made me like this.
Your choices, mate. Your choices.
As Ray picks him up, Noel is gonna ask her to hold him steady for a moment.
She does.
And Noel, with a single finger, is going to draw just a little bit of blood. Drop it onto the tip of his tongue, and I'd like to activate a taste for blood.
From Moore's blood.
From Moore.
Yep.
Yep.
He's still pretty banged up, so you'd have plenty of access to his own blood.
Yep. I must ask, would his blood be considered thick enough to trigger my bane? Because he is kind of that border case. Because I'll roll it, but
Let me look at his sheet.
Faust approaches Maria.
No, it's not thick enough.
it's not thick enough.
You get
All
the-
right, then.
You get the sense that only true kindred will probably set it off.
All right, so at least BP1. Yeah.
I'm making that a house rule.
Yeah. I'm gonna spend a willpower. So I need difficulty 3.
Faust
There it
stands.
is.
Y'all can go ahead first.
I can identify whether the blood belongs to a mortal, ghoul, vampire, or other supernatural creature. Tasting vitae also determines the relative blood potency and thus the likely generation band of the vampire.
His blood is thin. You've tasted other vitae before. This isn't like that.
It's vitae but thin. And relative blood potency, well, his blood potency is lower than mine.
Yep.
And because I'm... Would I know what that means? Given...
You've heard of the term thin blood. And you understand that Samantha refers to herself as thin-blooded.
thin-blooded.
So maybe that's what's happened here?
Yeah.
Which kind of gives you an idea with what, by association, what Faust's generation might be.
Yeah.
That or this was really botched.
Noel would step back. Thin blood.
Goody.
Faust stands by Maria's side while they're discoursing.
Maria's, yeah, Atsuko. Well, what was once Atsuko. Kind of caresses the side of the head. Has no mouth, but has eyes. Just a small hole where she might have poured water or found some way to feed them. I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry. wasn't supposed to end like this, Faust. And he stole from me. I could have undid this. You hear that, Mr. Moore? I could have undid this.
You weren't going to.
You don't know what I was going to do. You have no idea.
Maria.
What, so they could be puppets in your game?
Would have been kinder than the head puppets in your game. You dragged in this child not knowing what the hell was at stake or what the hell you were...
Mistakes.
Really? She knew full well that she'd end up like this and eaten by her own boss? What do you think she was thinking of? Thank you? Or did you end up thinking, please no, she's fully aware, she was fully aware of what the hell you were about to do? Hell, I would have thought that Aaliyah would have ended up having the grit to end up saying do it. Might have been on your same page. I'd go, I don't think so. Now they're dead. So congratulations, Faust. You came out the winner. Gee. Let's go. Let's go, Sam.
She looks peaceful, all things considered.
Maria.
I don't want to hear it, no. I don't want to hear it from you.
Just, can you unfuse her from the
Mr.
wall?
Stoneford. It would be. It will get done.
Noel raises a hand at Faust. It's just, can you unfuse her from the wall? I think, at the very least, she deserves a proper burial. We're here at a church. I know the last rites. We can give her that much at least. And you can see that Noel is... Actually, if anyone would like to make a wit's insight versus Noel.
Maria wants nothing to do or does not care about Noel. At this point, I'm pretty sure she's she doesn't need Frenzy to end up trying to take Moore's head off right now.
Oh yeah. If
But she's
anything,
trying.
You're trying to resist frenzy. So you can make a
Ray
frenzy check if you like.
Is during this, Ray would actually be starting to pull more up the stairs.
Ray.
Sebastian is trying to insight you, Noel.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
I'm
he's
not
definitely
behind it, so...
Yep. So, Moore would see that Noel is absolutely livid.
Ray. I'll come with you
What,
to James.
Faust? Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Fuck.
But
It ends tonight.
yeah, I'm sure it does.
I've got a friend that wants to meet you. You see, Mr. Moore, we have a society with rules that need to be followed. You understand that, right? Rules. Okay. Well, this guy, he's high up in our government.
Oh, goody.
So, you're gonna have fun. She continues to drag him up the stairs. She's not gentle about it. She's actually fairly rough. Yeah.
Are you intending to hurt him?
No, not intending to hurt him, but if he gets hurt, she doesn't care. Some deaths are necessary. Those two weren't.
A lot of this, Ahurei, is feeling really, really weirdly unnecessary.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff is really unnecessary concerning all of this.
Faust, Maria, Noel, what did the rest of you do while Ahurei is dragging Moore up the stairs?
Just staring at the pair. Amanda and Atsuko. Fused in the wall and bled out.
They look a little bit
Faust is-
ravaged, too. He was not kind when he did this.
No, it wasn't. You know, Maria had a vision. She was considering it. You know, she has enough to at least make sure Atsuko kept her mouth shut. Hell, maybe with enough time she could have ended up doing that with Aaliyah. Change the faces around. Pulled some favors, get them some new IDs. Have them live in a house not far away. Get them work. Live a quiet life. Try and give them back some semblance of life back. Even if it was just a sham. She pictured Atsuko working with Nicole. Maybe Amanda going to the gun range with Lisa. Maybe Moore would have been by Faust's side. Maybe, who knows, Faust could have made him come around and had a whole dream of this working out.
That picture-perfect future shattered because of this man. They were yours. They weren't his anymore. They were yours. And he stole them.
No one saying of giving him a proper burial. They ain't even in a condition. Maria just sits in their lap, their dead shared lap. Rests her head between what's left of their shoulders, between their heads, like they're three-headed monster together, three dead things. They're cold.
So cold. Just like you.
I rest my head on, well, I think one time that was Atsuko's shoulder. Hard to tell now. It's kind of a rough patchwork job, and now she just lays there, sits there, I should say, between a pair of conjoined corpses. She just closes her eyes. This nightmare ain't ending anytime soon. She needs a minute. But there's no absolution. God will not forgive what she's become, what she is. How could he? She carries the blood of Cain in her veins after all. She's an offspring of the world's first murderer. Maybe this is exactly what she deserves. But Atsuko didn't. Aaliyah had a moment to have a second chance, given enough time, maybe. But Moore's the one who got the second chance. Why does he get a second chance? Who decided that? Yep. Yeah, the sons of bitches.
Noel hasn't left the room. In fact, he's kind of just stood stock still, stiff as a board, eyes closed. If Maria took a glance at him at all, there would be very obvious shaking. ST, I'd like to make a Fury Frenzy check, please.
You may. I'm not going to stop you. But that
There's a
anger will-
very deep breath in and out, although the breath, as the exhalation is shuddery.
Your beast in your mind is telling you he should pay. He should pay. You're the judge. He should pay. Insolent maggot.
Noel's eyes open, and he gives a soft look to Maria, the tears running down his face uncontrollably. And he says softly, "When you're ready, I'll be upstairs." And he turns and exits without another word. But there's pain there. There's a lot of pain. And the way that he moves up the stairs, it's loud. In fact, Aaliyah upstairs would probably be able to hear the noise as he walks up the stairs.
Faust, what do you do?
I turn around. Look at Mr. Stoneford. Clear in the eye.
He's marching towards Moore. Doesn't look like he's gonna hurt him, but he's marching towards Moore.
Who is being dragged, basically, by Ahurei.
Ray would outright put herself between Moore and Noel.
Faust was going to request that. Faust also puts himself in the stairwell in between Noel. It ends tonight, Mr. Stoneford.
Yeah, it does. And not by my hand. Got some parting words for the man. The half-man.
Faust steps aside.
And what
And-
wisdom do you have for me? Blank.
You deign to call me that. Yet the position you find yourself in is exactly the same. In fact, no. It's worse. Or at least some would say that. I, at the very least, don't have the stain on my soul of being an insignificant wretch, Sebastian Moore. There's no wisdom that I have for you. Only a curse. Only a curse that when you step into the care of who you're going to, that before you face your end, you feel a pain unfathomable for delivering an innocent girl into the Reaper's hands with nary so much as a forethought. I curse you, Sebastian Moore, that when you finally meet your end and turn to dust, that whatever waits for you on the other side curses you to an existence of pain and torment. I curse you, Sebastian Moore. For delivering an innocent girl into our hands. One who, with enough work, could have had her life back. A life that you decided to take from her, not as you are now, but as a human. May no god or deity have mercy on you. And may who you're being delivered to now have no mercy. And he turns on his heel and he walks back into the cathedral.
And I believe that is where we're going to leave off the session for tonight. Thank you to our viewers for watching. You are lovely, and thank you to my lovely cast for this wonderful, wonderful session.
Oh my god!
I hope I got
I
you
have
in
a
the feels
sad-
several times.
Give me a moment. Oh, fuck.
I'm sad, y'all.
Yeah,
This
no,
was-
give me a sec.
I think we're going to take a quick break, everyone.
Yeah.
We'll be right back to do experience and our shoutouts briefly.
Yeah.
So we'll be right back. are back, everybody. We just had to take a moment to kind of calm down, but we're back. And so we're gonna quickly get through some experience and things. So, who recovered willpower?
Nope. My attempt to speak with Atsuko has been greatly diminished, and I don't see that happening anytime in the near future.
Oh no. I'm so sorry.
Nope. And I'm changing mine.
Okay.
I didn't enter the game with the desire.
That's valid. Sure.
I still haven't befriended any animals, so, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a thing. So we're gonna move on to some remorse checks for stains. Those of you who have accrued stains, I would like you to roll remorse, please.
Have any of us that we haven't already done before?
Maria. But she's saving us.
Hmm.
I have a question.
Yes.
Between going into the future, between the embrace and killing Moore a second time, these two events are going to be accounted separately, correct?
No, you've already rolled for those.
Stain-wise?
Yeah. That's what we did last time. So we were just doing the before thought.
Yep. The
Okay.
killing him after.
Do I need to take another stain for the torture? I did take one last session, but there was more done this session.
Not particularly. I mean, you didn't really torture him during the during the interrogation, so there's not really much more to do. However, Mr. Beaufort, you do need to take a stain because you were being incredibly rude to the man. You broke one of your own convictions.
I mean, I considered taking a stain anyways, just because O'Leary and Atsuko
That death isn't
were
on
fucking
you.
torn apart.
That death is on Sebastian.
This is true, but he's my child.
You don't take stains for your child.
I feel responsible.
This is not Camarilla law, so.
No.
But you can feel responsible, but that just means you have an auto pass on your humanity.
Okay, so just one stain. How many? It's all the empty spaces are how many remorse dice I get to roll, right?
Yep, that's how many
Yes.
dice you have.
Yep.
Mr. Beaufort,
It's done.
you don't feel bad that you were fucking rude to him. He deserved it. He absolutely deserved it.
He's been a bitch. He's been a bitch. He does deserve it, actually. It's done.
And the little piece of you melts away.
It's done.
Now we're done with Lesad. Let's move on to some experience, shall we? So everybody gets 1 for showing up today. Woo! And then we have the bonus experience in which...
Participation.
The bonus experience in which all of you vote for each other on who had the best scene, the best line, and who moved the plot. So, who did move our plot?
Faust.
Mine goes to Faust or Ray.
I'm gonna say Faust.
I can't argue it because it's all my fault.
It really is all your fault.
It being all your fault also comes with the benefit of having a good chance of gaining experience out of it, so.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's usually how
This
that
is
goes.
the worst experience I've ever gained.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
You're welcome.
I'm laughing because if I'm not laughing, I'd probably be crying right about now.
Bad.
Crying is okay on this stream, just by the way.
I was
Nope,
close.
you will not break me. You will not. I refuse.
I've done so a couple of times. You just haven't outwardly cried on my stream. Not like anybody could see you on your webcam right now, though.
I can fix that. One
I
moment.
was close this session, but you will not make the sociopath cry. It won't happen.
Mm. So, who had the best scene?
That had to be Noel. Getting chewed up by Mama.
Yeah. Actually,
Mom.
I'm gonna actually leave that for one of my best line votes. My best scene goes to Maria. To that. I mean, it was the kind of shared, kind of not scene that Noel and Maria had together in the basement. Like, even though Maria is just absolutely fucking livid with Noel right now.
Well, it doesn't help that she's currently, like, completely spent willpower and on 2 aggravated.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like,
But
she has
there's
absolutely no will to continue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but there's that little bit of just that moment when she's sitting there kind of nestled into the combined shoulders the of the thing that she had created, and Noel kind of just standing there trying his best not to lose his shit and openly, pretty much the only thing that would be missing from him crying was him actually making noise.
I also really loved Faust talking to Moore,
Yeah.
but also I really enjoyed doing Ray and her interrogation with Moore too.
There are
There's a
so
lot
many
of-
good
so
scenes
lo-
tonight.
So many good ones tonight. Let's be real.
There's so
Tonight
many
is
good ones.
hard.
This
It's
was
a
just
hard
such a
pick.
rough-
I could make cases for giving the vote to everyone. To Maria, to Noel, to Faust, to Ray.
Coterie
But
roll.
no, mine's
Do
gonna
we
go
want
to
to coterie
Maria.
roll it?
Do we want to
I
coterie roll
think
it?
we want to Cody roll it.
Okay.
We want to coterie roll it.
So, is the coterie going high or low?
Shoot for the fucking stars.
High has failed me for like 5 consecutive times, so sure, why the fuck not?
So is High Clan high?
Yep, the chance is still 50%. No.
Motherfuck!
I'm just gonna start shooting.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, start shooting low, and then the die.
We can't win.
As soon as
Oh,
Faust starts
God.
shooting low, as soon as we start shooting low, he's gonna start rolling high. The dice have Orange Jesus has just decided to forsake us out of nowhere. Maybe
Yep.
he knows we're
Oh,
monsters.
my helps.
I love you all.
He's finding you in them.
Okay.
Who had the best line?
I gotta give that one to Faust as well for the opening. I've been lit on fire like a 17th century ugly seamstress.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to put my own forward. We just want to live. You just want to live. But only one side is coming out of this.
True.
It's hard.
Some good ones today.
Faust mentioning Moore having daddy issues.
All in all, you're just another brick in the wall.
just-
Whoa.
Pop that Project Papa, and I fucking like. I was like, oh no!
You gotta go for it. Honestly, there's lines from everyone. I mean, Like, Faust talking about daddy issues in the 17th century ugly seamstress. Ray for, you want to survive, we want to survive, but only one side's coming out of this. Maria for her little monologue about the neighborhood. That was fucking chilling. Noel for his monologue to Moore at the end.
The curse, I curse you. Was
Yeah,
really-
literally saying
like
through
this
gritted
has
teeth.
been a low/high point of the entire chronicle.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
It's definitely got
the other
everybody in
one
the
I could
feels.
think is just like the other one I could think is when Maria did that like critical hit on the feeding. When Nola's like, if you wonder why I'm terrified of her, this is why. It's
I
like, you
did.
see why I didn't want to step in.
I appreciated the sell from you and Specs, like Specs looking at this thing that she started to do, and it's like, Jesus Christ. Faust is like, I gotta, if I, when I'm with everybody, I gotta stay composed. I'm alone with this thing now, and it's, I love that. And then all of a sudden, there's just this moment of, Noel there with his sire looking at her while they're talking. And in the background of the back alley, some poor bastard gets picked up and dragged into the sky. He's just like, yeah, that is why we're not doing this.
Yeah. It's just like, basically, Nola's like, you want me to fix things with her? Yeah, a little easier said than done when she could just do that. Like, I could ask her, she could just decide to do that instead.
And then Aaliyah just kind of bops Maria on the head to get her to let go.
Yeah.
But
Bops
No,
her in the head with the butt of like a dagger or something.
yeah, just the. But no, either there's
On a-
cases I can make for everyone, but my vote's going to Faust.
Okay.
Also,
So I will give it to Faust, if only on the fact that I don't trust the roll-off.
yeah, I don't
Yeah.
trust the roll.
Tired of losing, so I'd
Same.
rather
Rather guarantee
wins.
it all to Faust.
Yeah, yep, to Faust.
Thank
I would also like to bring up a noteworthy scene of Noel when he was alone with the wall.
Yes, when he was
When-
apologizing to the wall, that was actually fucking great.
When
That
he
was-
said to O'Leary, he gave her the professional respect of not apologizing. He just said this wasn't personal. This was just business. And for Atsuko, he's just like, you're completely innocent. You're completely innocent in all of this because you were dragged in not knowing what you signed up for, and you ended up here because Moore led you here. And I just hope that Maria will take care of you. And although it's not worth much, I'm sorry.
I'm upsetty spaghetti over fictional characters.
That seems to be the way that I roll because that's how I ST. I get you guys in the fucking feels.
You just like to emotionally torture us,
I
and we
really
love you for
do.
it.
Can you blame
I
me?
had this I had this picture in mind with us three, you Coffee, myself, and you, Derek. Each of us done up in a robe and a mask, like depicting the different kind of ST styles we have with stuff in the background. Derek with the with the twisted flesh and the tentacles and the kind of like the dramatist anger mask. Coffee with a mask that's crying, that's got like basically got tear lines painted onto it. And yeah, no, that the visualization that I had in my head, you're just reinforcing it, man. You're just reinforcing it.
I have an expenditure.
We did we decided
the
that
audience.
Faust is, the audience vote is still coming through, but
But yes, Faust gets the line.
okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. So let's see. Don't forget if it's still going. It's completed. So Maria, you win the audience favorites vote. Congratulations.
All right.
Take it and run.
Take it and run.
So, any expenditures?
Um,
Faust, you said you had one.
Fortitude 2.
Fortitude 2. What power?
Fortitude 2. Oh, God. Double checking, making sure. I believe the only one that is of intrigue to me is toughness.
Toughness.
I'm rooted, motherfuckers.
Yep.
Now the real fun starts.
Yeah. They've been trying to kill him for a half hour. Have they tried artillery yet? They're currently on their 4th barrage. How much is this costing us? A small Fortune 500 company a minute?
Any
God.
expenditures from the rest?
No. Not for me.
I think I'm going to put my first dot into investigation
Hmm.
and into persuasion.
Ooh. Big spender.
So it's like
1 dot in each of those?
6
total?
experience.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have an expenditure.
Don't forget, you can also spend XP on coterie stuff, so...
This entire time, I could have had an unswayable mind while talking to Moore. I don't know why I didn't do that.
Unswayable mind protects you against coercion, against something you don't want to do.
Coercion.
And intimidation and seduction.
Oh yeah, that's
Yep.
true. Intimidation for sure.
It
It's a-
basically, it's a way, basically a way they shore up your willpower without actually giving you extra willpower to shore up against frenzy.
Right.
Mhm.
My expenditure,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to buy Intimidation 1.
Ooh. You got this.
I think the rant that Noel went off at Sebastian that would
Oh,
be
yeah.
more than enough to justify
Absolutely
Intimidation
justifies it.
1.
Absolutely.
Especially since, like... yeah.
Alright, that does it for expenditures then. So, we're gonna do some shoutouts really quick and then we're gonna sign off. So, why don't we start with Moxie? Tell us where we can find you and what you do.
Hi, I'm Moxie. You can find me over on Gathering of Nerds. We hold streams on the regular. You can also find me playing in amongst their games of Brisbane by Night, which is run by Gavin. And yeah, you can also find me here. So
And it just makes sense that since you directed us, we're gonna take a hop over to Mr. Lethality Bomb Complex.
Yes, hi, my name is Lethality Complex, and when I'm not channeling the wrath of God himself, you can find me on the Gathering of Nerds. Yes, as Moxie said, I am the storyteller for Brisbane by Night, River City Secrets, which is getting super spicy right now.
It's true.
I play Nora Bellum in Derek's Detroit by Night Overhaul. I play Noel here on CoffeeCat's channel in San Antonio by Night Aftermath, and I also run a show called The Gathering Presents, where we play short-form games. We have episode 1 of A Game of Wrath and Glory, which is featuring our good friend Derek over here. You can't see him because, well, shout-out screen, but he's here, I promise. And yeah, I'm also around on other channels and playing in other streams on the Gathering of Nerds, mainly multiplayer stuff. And yeah, I'd have something a little more coherent, but this session was pretty intense, so I don't. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. And Derek, you were the obvious choice since you were pointed to next.
Well, what do you have to say? When I'm not into turning little girls into flesh puppets or into merging them into the basement church walls along with their red-headed co-workers and having being eaten alive by their boss. Top that one, lethality.
Hmm.
You can end up finding me on Macabre Derek here on Twitch, where during Sundays I end up streaming Detroit by Night Overhaul. Mondays I end up streaming a VTM workshop before we end up heading over into Brisbane by Night on the Gathering of Nerds. On Tuesday I end up streaming a 7 to 9 hour art stream where I ended up doing some illustrations, currently doing one for Maddie Morgs called Drawing on the Macabre. We also do Drawing on the Macabre on Wednesday as a primer before this game where we end up raiding CoffeeCat. We are also going to end up capping off where we end up doing Drawing on the Macabre tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Time before we end up getting into Wrath and Glory, where I ended up playing the Drukari, aka Dark Eldar, named Farashi. Look forward to end up joining you in the 40k universe where there is only war. As opposed to here, where there's nothing but tears and suffering and the screams of the damned.
Seems like that's what I'm good at.
You're not wrong.
And Spectre. Lovely Spectre.
Hello. Hi. I'm Spectre Deflector. You can find me on wow, hi. Yes, it's a long it's been a night. I'm your local community. I'm also a local role player here. Between all of our associated Discord groups. You can find me on Gathering of Nerds on Monday nights playing JoJo for Brisbane, and on Friday nights you can find me doing my own channel at Spectre Deflector, doing Ghosting Images, which is sort of like a art commissionary stream that I like to do. And on Wednesdays, you can always find me here playing San Antonio by Night.
Yes, thank you so much, my lovely cast. Hope you all are giving them a round of applause for all of the feels that they're feeling right now. Because
You're welcome, you magnificent torturous bastard.
Yeah, they call me the Zamisi.
Well, that does it for us tonight, though. So, I hope you all are going to do very well tonight. And from all of us here in the Alamo City, bid you good night.